Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Den of Sin with Devin and James. I am one of your hosts, James. With me, as always, is my partner in crime, Devin. Devin,
Hey,
how you doing?
hey, James, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How you doing? I know it's been a while since we recorded last. We both have had a lot of busyness in our life, but hopefully everything has been well for you for the most part.
More or less. Yeah, it has been a little while since we were last on the air debating whether or not we were going to have another episode in before Christmas. So,
Oh
um,
my God.
apologies to our listener out there. As we often say, sometimes life gets in the way of planning a podcast when it's not what you're lucky enough to make a living doing. So,
Yes. It's a labor of love for us. It's not we're not getting any compensation for this outside of just the enjoyment of doing it, but it's something I always look forward to. If we have the time, we'd be having these conversations anyways, whether we were recording them or not. So, if we're going to have the conversations, we might as well record them for posterity. Not that everything we say is so valuable it needs to be recorded, but might as well try to be at least somewhat productive with our time. But I know you and I are both busy on separate projects, creative projects as well. We both have families and full-time jobs and stuff. So apologies for the long break in between episodes, but we try to make them worthwhile when we record them. I think we do our best to at least be somewhat entertaining. If I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. I don't mind being corrected. But with that said, it is good to see you, Devin, and very excited about tonight's very particular episode. It is coming late, and I didn't even think about originally this was for a specific holiday. If you want to tell the people.
Hold up one moment. I'm going to interrupt you because I know we're always short on time on these things, but there's so many things I would love to talk about. The scandal involving this year's Academy Awards, because you know how much I love talking about the Academy Awards. Chat GPT and what it's going to do to the streaming industry, the film industry, to customer service and all of that. That's all pretty fascinating lately. But honestly, the thing I most want to talk about, at least mention, is I bought a new book recently, and there was a familiar name on the cover. James, can you tell me what book I'm talking about?
Uh, well, I mean, you could be talking about the award-winning children's book "Girls Can," if that's what you're referring to.
This is what I'm referring to.
Yeah. So, I wasn't going to do a shameless self-plug, but
that's what I'm here for.
I appreciate that, Devin. Yeah. So, I was lucky enough to illustrate a children's book written by the phenomenal Deb Preston. It is called "Girls Can." It is exactly what it sounds like. It's a children's book devoted to the concept that little girls can be as girly or not as girly or whatever they want to be. They could be anything they want to be. It's, I think it's got a pretty positive message. It is available on Amazon.com. It is available from the publisher Black Rose Writing. It is available BarnesandNoble.com. It's available anywhere where books are sold. So it is called Girls Can. It is by the author Deb Preston, illustrated by myself, James Dufresne. You can guess on how to spell that yourself. It's not how you might think it's spelled. But again, it's Girls Can. It's available on Amazon. It was a really great project. I was very fortunate to be asked to do it. And then we have a follow-up book, which I'm just as excited about. So,
all right. Well, I'm glad I got you an opportunity to do a shameless plugs. I know you and I, one thing we definitely have in common is we don't really like to self-promote. So, I'm going to push it when I can to make sure that you get your name out there. Because I've read the book. It's a great book. Mothers, fathers, if you have children, this is a great book for children of any, elementary age. If you're a Girl Scout leader, something along those lines, this is the kind of thing that can go to the whole troop, or if you're running a kindergarten class, there's so many places where this book fits in.
I appreciate that, Devin. And I will say it is called Girls Can. It is a message about, message to and for little girls and young women. But it is my son. I have a son. I do not have a daughter, surprisingly. But he loved it. And I think it's a message for everybody. I think everybody can take something away. At least that's what I'm telling people to promote, to get them to buy it. But anyways, with that said, I appreciate that plug, Devin. you want to tell people because again, this was supposed to be recorded before Valentine's Day. So do you want to tell our listener, about what the theme is tonight?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. So if you check the mail, you might find your flowers. They're just probably dead by now. But speaking of dead,
That's
we're
apropos.
yes, we decided to do killer couples, which is a topic I've actually been really wanting to do for a long time. We just haven't gotten around to it. We haven't done a grab bag in a long time, so this is a grab bag just to remind people. I pick five, you pick five. They do not necessarily reflect our top five favorites or the top five best. They're just kind of the five we feel like talking about, that we feel like we have some conversation to have about.
Yeah.
So, I don't want people to think that these are our absolute lists. But I think combining our list together, pretty much all of my favorites are on here. But it's kind of a fascinating subgenre, not because it's complicated, although there are complicated elements. There's even more problematic elements. But just looking over our list, and there are others that didn't make the list that kind of fall into the same category as well. There's a lot of, really big name directors, award nominations. Killer couple movies tend to make a pretty tremendous splash. It's actually a bit of a surprise we haven't continually seen more of them.
Yeah.
Because it's a popular subgenre, but it's only every couple of years that you might get one that actually rises up to the surface and gets some attention. But there's a lot of prestige to these, but even the ones that have prestige tied to them, there's an element of like pulpy goodness, which is part of what makes this one of my favorite subgenres. And I also find it kind of fascinating, kind of as a cultural study, why these movies do so well, but at the same time don't often get made. And it has to do with the idea that I think by and large, human beings of all cultures see love as a virtue. And with very rare exception, which we'll get into one of the exceptions in this episode, these are not people of virtue, but they are unquestionably in love. And actually, the more virtuous one that we're going to discuss later is the one that I would argue they're not romantically in love. But which might, who knows, be part of why that chemistry worked so well for that movie. But I do find it interesting, though, that when you add the love story to the gangster story, you kind of get this firework, this nitro and glycerin, so to speak, to be perfectly cheesy about it. And we'll go over obviously our choices, and we'll probably name drop a few others. There's one I watched last night because I had an extra minute to watch a 90-minute movie that it'll be worthy of mention at the end if we get to it. I don't want to say it's a great movie, but I guarantee most people haven't heard of it, which is why those kind of things are interesting to me. But because this one isn't kind of tied together by any great theme separating our lists, you and I both have lists of movies in this same category. Why don't we just go ahead and alternate? And that way, people can get plenty of Devin and plenty of James in equal measures throughout.
Let's do it. I'm all about it.
Well, I just took up a bunch of oxygen, so why don't you get us started with yours?
Sure. So the first one I want to talk about tonight was weirdly one of the first ones that came to mind when we started talking about it, because one I'd probably seen more recently, and that is the movie, the 2012 movie Sightseers, written and directed by English filmmaker Ben Wheatley, who did the movie Kill List, which is very divisive amongst horror film fans. People either love it or hate it. And then the even more divisive In the Earth. So it's the story of this 30s approaching 40-year-old British couple, boyfriend and girlfriend, and they're going on a caravan holiday, which is very British, where they get in a caravan, they just drive around the English countryside and visit different basically camping spots and sort of, just chill and relax and enjoy the caravanning. Exactly. But it's actually based, so it was based off of actually a comedy duo's like a routine, like a comedy routine, where it was basically these two kind of quintessentially middle class British couple on holiday, or sort of vaguely referring to terrible thing they've done while caravanning on holiday, as they say over there. And Ben Wheatley decided to take that concept and then flesh it out into a full screen film. Um, I'm not going to go into the entirety of the film. So what makes it work for me is the banality of the characters, and that, in fact, these are not folk heroes. These are not overly sensationalistic, tabloid ready people. These are very humdrum, kind of just. And the outlook of this film is, I think the film probably works even better if you are British, and sort of there's a lot of British cultural touchstones in the film. And I think even just that idea of the caravanning is so British in nature. I'm sure, British audiences probably could get even more out of it, but it is a story about a girl who's basically henpecked by her mother. Her mother's very overbearing and, kind of relentless. And she hates her girlfriend's boyfriend, her daughter's boyfriend, because she thinks he killed her dog on purpose when he ran over it. And the Tina, who's the daughter, she's trying to get just out of she basically wants to go and have adventures and have a love life. And so her and her boyfriend go off, against her mother's wishes, to go off on this caravanning. And as the movie sort of progresses, her boyfriend's this sort of frumpy, balding kind of, blowhard who thinks he's this brilliant writer. And as the film continues and they sort of have these problems, he gets, there's at the beginning of the movie as they go off on their holiday, this guy litters on this trolley, this tram going, I think it's to a museum. I honestly can't even remember. But this guy is on this tram and he throws his candy wrapper on the ground, and he can't, the boyfriend, whose name I'm blanking.
I have the actor's name is Steve Oram.
Oh, it's Chris. Yeah, Steve Oram. Yeah, he's great.
Familiar, but I don't know him, but he looked familiar.
So he's got that. The thing is, both Alice Lowe, who plays Tina, and Steve Oram, who plays Chris, I don't know if they just have these every people faces and just whole personas, or if I've seen them in other things. One thing I will give the British film industry is they are much more likely to hire and cast non-stars, like everyday common people, far more than we do in the United States. Like, you don't have to be movie star good looks in Britain to have a healthy and successful film career. But Chris, the boyfriend, he's so perfectly cast as this character. I will say this too: the film is lots of very awkward, like, love scenes, and it's like the sexuality in the movie is very it's uncomfortable in a funny way, and I think that's intended. But it's so different from how you would think one of these movies would sort of take place. And the one thing about Ben Wheatley, especially if you've seen his horror stuff, is that even though he deals with these very dark, violent stories, he does have a great sense of comedic timing and a great sense of humor. And I think that's really balanced in this. But at one point, the character Steve, you start to see that he's very, he's looking basically for excuses to kill people. He gets really hung up on this guy who, litters on the tram and then gives him the finger when he tells him to, pick it up. And at first it's making it look like he killed people on accident, but the more that the film progresses, you start to see it's not on accident. And I'm not going to spoil the entirety of the movie. I think the ending is very interesting. I think the ending was one of the things I found most interesting when I saw it. But there's a complicity with the violence and this sort of it basically, the film sort of portrays the Chris character as basically a sociopath who's looking for just any reason to kill anybody who sort of just upsets him or kind of gets in his way, or literally just anybody in general. And there's this implied violence towards the animal in the past. And I think that's filmmaker shorthand for look, sometimes humans can turn a blind eye towards human violence, but most people get really turned off by violence against innocent animals. And I think there's some shorthand of that in this movie. But the set pieces and the violence are very it basically has no impact on Tina. She's not a sociopath, but she's at least not in the inherent way that the Chris character is. But she's so unaffected by the violence. She's more affected when her boyfriend kisses another. You see this whole group of ladies on a
bachelorette party.
I was going to say it wasn't a bachelorette party. And that's really what upsets her and sort of starts towards the end of the film. But she's so unaffected by the violence, and she starts killing people, but just to say like, hey, boyfriend, I'm just like you, like, and sort of, appease him. And there's this whole era at this point in England where the sort of like, there's a field in England, again, Kill List, where this sort of like very quiet, understated, slightly funny. I think this is far more comedic, trying to be far more comedic than other films of the era, but this sort of like very like kind of low key British thrillers and these like tense films, but like they're shot, like a lot of them take place in rural settings. They're very like, all the characters are very middle class or working class. They're not, exceptional people. But the events that they find themselves are kind of extraordinary or really unique. I don't think this is probably I started here thinking like it might be the least seen on this list for my choices, and definitely probably the one that maybe not as considered a classic. But I think that's one of the reasons I thought of it and chose it, was that it isn't a really well-known picture. And I think, it's for the people I know who have seen it, they've enjoyed it. The performances, like I said, is very, very, they feel like real people. And again, the humor is coming from a real place, even though it's a very dark comedy. But again, I don't think it's a comedy in the sense that like, it's the comedy of sort of the juxtaposition of the banality and the kind of dopiness of the characters juxtaposed against what they do and what they experience. So definitely sort of a very, again, I won't spoil the ending, but I really enjoyed the ending. And I thought like the ending sort of not changes, but sort of it's vague enough at the very end, although in one way it's not vague at all, but like it's vague enough in what it means to one of the characters. But I don't know, I enjoy it, but it's definitely a film I think is probably it hasn't earned its place as the other films that we're going to talk about tonight, probably. But again, for a newer film made within the last 11 years, I almost said 10 years, but it's actually 11 now. I think it definitely is worth kind of bringing attention to. And Ben Wheatley, who again, his film catalog isn't like sterling silver. It's not perfect, but I think he's made enough interesting films that he's kind of warranted his place in sort of a kind of cult figure, like a modern cult figure. And again, I know that some people would find that kind of, again, he's a divisive filmmaker, and probably part of that is his inconsistency in his quality, because while some of his films, a la Kill List, to Field in England, Sightseers, are very well done and have a really specific point of view, other films maybe meander a little bit more. High Rise, which I enjoyed, but definitely isn't a perfect movie, was definitely not well received. But he's made enough interesting movies that I continue to sort of look for his stuff, kind of stay abreast of it. So, but yeah, that's my first choice, was 2012 Sightseers.
I was really glad to see that you picked this one too, because I didn't say this going into the listings, but I had a feeling that you would at least be good enough to deliver us something from the 21st century, which my list does not. I almost picked Queen and Slim, the fantastic sort of Lovers on the Run story that came out recently with Daniel Kaluuya, which I still would tell people, great movie if you get a chance. Horrendously underrated. Queen and Slim is fantastic. At the end of the day, it just didn't quite meet my own personal criteria for a killer couple. Sightseers, of course, did. And I would not have seen this without you putting it on this list. So I got to thank you for that too, because I really enjoyed it. I did think it was really funny. It's produced by Edgar Wright, who I can be kind of hot and cold on. Some of the things I really love. Even his biggest stuff that I absolutely love, I tend to think is a tad on the overrated side.
We have Devin. It's weird. Sometimes we are on the exact same page in this. We are on the exact same page.
But he seems like a cool guy. I would love to like kick back and have a conversation.
100%. Again, exact. He seems as a kind of he occupies the same space as Guillermo del Toro, where I don't think they're these film geniuses the way that some people might. I think they're definitely capable of of making good films or better films. But regardless of all that, they just seem like great dudes who I'd love to probably love to talk movies or pop culture with, because they seem like really good dudes, very smart. They're like very passionate about the not just film, but other pop culture things. But yes, same. In fact, until you pointed that out, I did not know he was a producer on Sightseers, but I can totally see why he would put his stamp on this.
I think some of the sense of humor came from him, because it's not something you would look at and immediately think this has something to do with Edgar Wright. It's much more of a steady paced film than what Edgar Wright tends to put out.
Yeah.
But the humor was kind of on par with it. And of course, the lead actress, Alice Lowe, who's the real life wife of director Ben Wheatley, she has appeared in Edgar Wright stuff. So that's where I've seen her before. But I'm not real super familiar with her. I would like to be super familiar with her now that I've seen this movie, because she, to me, while I think both of the members of the couple did a fantastic job, she was just tops with me. She was so funny. Yeah. I had so much sympathy for her and empathy for her at various moments. And then she turned around and I'd want to throttle her for doing something stupid or for falling for this guy in the first place, just because before you even know that he's homicidal, he's just such a everyday moron.
Yeah, he's just he's such a dullard, and sort of he's a bore, and he's just one of those. And he's no offense to poor Steve, but he's even kind of gross looking. The way he his overall vibe is very gross, and he's kind of like a windbag, pompous, who's definitely nowhere near the intelligent guy that he thinks he is. And again, that's all on purpose. That's all there intentionally, and it's part of the humor is that these and she's an interesting character. That's the one thing I kept thinking about after the first time I saw it, is that he's a straight up kind of clinical sociopath. He has the desire to kill people who he think are beneath him. He has this inflated sense of self. Her, she doesn't have these motivations. Her motivations is just very in the moment, or about her impulsive, but she has no qualms. She has no qualms about doing horrendous things purely at the drop of a hat. And I think she is so narcissistic and just sorts of want to live her life that she might be the more evil of the two, because I don't know, it's very interesting.
It certainly becomes debatable as the story goes on,
especially towards the end. Yeah,
which seems to be a common theme for a few of these, but she's so put upon at first, and then she kind of finds her teeth, so to speak, and starts to take some matters into her own hands. But yeah, she's so likable, and she's so and she also as a final point, actually, I will say real quick, the movie does a really good job with its tension as well, because the tension in this movie is actually very funny, because at a certain point, because this isn't a movie that takes itself so seriously, it's letting visually kind of who's next and a little bit of how. And so there's a lot of energy put into you kind of knowing what's going to happen next, but being on the edge of your seat to see how it's going to happen, or how it's going to trigger somebody, or what's going to be the last straw, or you're very interested in seeing how it's going to play out, even though you've already kind of figured out where the story is going to go. It keeps that tension going with but how is it going to go there? How is he going to take care of this person, or how is she going to take care of that person? And she also had one of my favorite lines in all of the movies that we watched this week, when she's looking through a camera and just stops dead in her tracks looking at one of the pictures and just shouts in the caravan at the top of her lungs, "This is not my vagina."
Yep.
I'll let people see the movie to figure out the context of that. I'm sure it's probably fairly easy to get when she's flipping through pictures.
Yeah.
But
that's one of the things I really enjoyed about the movie too, is that there's this sense of, like I said, every day, but now their arguments are so they're not overly dramatic. They're very kind of just stupid real people arguments, but at the same time the context around it is insane when you stop and think about
exactly.
Especially in that case. So
it's again, a lot of the same arguments that not a new couple but a newer couple might have as they're getting to know one another, and then as homicide starts to enter the picture, they're still having conversations that we would all have if we were in that situation. Like we
Yes.
wouldn't all sit around and talk about homicide this way, but if we were in a new relationship with somebody and this was what was going down, it's probably pretty close to how we would discuss it.
Yeah, and it's funny, and those
If you
all
didn't
of those,
immediately want to turn the person in, that is.
yeah, exactly, and all of those moments are like there's no there's no self-awareness amongst the characters, and that's I think where the humor comes from. So
Very
even
well
when they're
put.
yeah, but I will say this too, like I feel like there's a British sensibility that makes that work. A lot of their TV comedies and stuff have a same sort of the humor comes from how clueless these common people are, these like everyday people are, and like not saying that every common person is clueless, but it's that combination of like these just sort of just completely normal, suburban or working class people, making just who are super clueless and say dumb things that hold dumb opinions, and it's they fully understand that sense of comedy. I mean, why things like The Office worked so well, and I don't know if the movie would work, or I don't know if the movie does work to like a common American audience. I feel like it's good enough that I would recommend it to anybody, not just fans of British comedy. But I definitely think like for the people who are familiar with like the kitchen, I'm blanking what they're called, but like people who are familiar with British, that kind of dry, quiet. I mean, just I guess dry sense of humor, that British dry sense of humor will probably really enjoy it specifically, if any of that made any sense.
No, it did. And in fact, I'm gonna keep with the sort of British tip here with at least the director here is very very English. I'm also in typical fashion going to take us backwards about 80 years, but also another story about a couple that is kind of dealing with sociopathic behavior and narcissistic thought, and certainly the conversations about is anybody above anybody else on a level that would justify one being able to murder the other. And that's Alfred Hitchcock's Rope from 1948, which I'm sure a lot of people who are listening to us have seen this one, but it still holds up. For those who don't know this one, it's an interesting one even amongst Hitchcock's filmography, because for the guy who usually likes to give like huge spectacle. In fact, we just you and I recently saw a what was it, the Mount Rushmore backdrop that was used for North by Northwest at the Academy Museum, which is ginormous. But I mean, how Alfred Hitchcock likes to direct scenes that involve men being chased by airplanes. I mean, he's willing to go big, and in this he goes extraordinarily small. The entire thing is filmed as one continuous shot, which I don't know if it had been done prior to this. It's been done a few times since.
Yeah,
notably with 1917 and Birdman would be the most recent examples. But those were shot on digital and were able to kind of fudge their cuts a little bit better. Rope was shot on film on a single sound stage. In order to keep the camera moving and keep it from just looking purely like somebody was filming a stage play, the entire set was on gimbals and wheels. So whenever you're looking at someone on screen, you can believe that there's about 30 other people all around them shuffling to like move the couch back into its place and move the window back in. And just to the other side of the window, there was a whole model built of New York City skyline, complete with a sunset that happens on screen, with clouds rolling by, with smoke billowing out of the factories. It's all fabricated. And it's really this incredible exercise that on top of just being a lot of fun to watch and kind of figure out how they did it, also really has some interesting characters to play with too, because he is almost directly filming a stage play, although it
yeah,
does vary pretty considerably from the stage play it was based on. I also think it's interesting that Hitchcock made this as his first color picture for a guy, like I said, who loves great spectacle and giving audiences a veritable travel log in his storytelling. To do his first color film as something like this, I think was his attempt to punch up the visuals and to still make it exciting to look at. But to me now, one of the more interesting things that I didn't pick up on so much when I saw Rope the first time I saw it when I was I don't know, 12 or 13. But wow, I mean, it's pretty obvious to anybody who sees it, and it was pretty obvious to people back then too. But the homosexual subtext of Rope is really ballsy for 1948. The movie stars Jimmy Stewart as the headliner, even though he doesn't show up for like 40 minutes of an already very short movie. So to call him the star of this is really just to deliver star service to him rather than actually say anything that's justifiably correct about the film itself. The real stars are Farley Granger and John Dall, who were actually both in real life gay men, and the script was co-written by Arthur Lawrence. Actually, it was written by Arthur Lawrence, but I think I'm getting that mixed up. Yeah, no, it was Arthur Lawrence. I'm trying to remember who wrote the play, but forget about the play. But the screenwriter was gay as well, which means that any kind of subtext that you might be reading into it is pretty much guaranteed to be correct.
Yeah.
And he was also at the time the partner of Farley Granger. So the writer and the lead actor, the guy who played Philip, were seeing each other in real life. It's still ballsy by today's standards to kind of tell a story quite like this about two people who intellectually muse about whether or not it's okay for a higher class of people to murder other people for nothing else but the thrill of it. This is not a revenge killing. This is not somebody wants somebody's job. This is purely just to see if they can do it. And the movie starts with the death, which is also usually pointed out to kind of be a representation for gay sex in that moment, and that they're going to be trying to keep this secret for the rest of the movie. But it starts right off with the murder and stays in that apartment where the murder takes place, where Brandon, the more dominant, frankly narcissistic element of this relationship, seems to have been planning this his entire life. He is now going to throw a party before they leave town, in which David, the man they just killed, is going to be kept inside of a trunk that they're going to use as the buffet table for a dinner party where they've invited David's girlfriend, her ex-boyfriend that she left for David, David's parents, who mother doesn't end up showing up, but aunt does, and aunt is hysterical, and for their former teacher, played by James Stewart, who was the unique professor who planted these ideas in the first place of intellectual superiority. And very much, I mean, considering this is 1948, just coming off of the war, probably some ideas that had been thrown around in certain parts of Europe that the Nazis would have maybe latched onto at the time. So there's a lot to unpack here for 1948. And of course you get Farley Granger as Philip, who is, I would say, the more timid member of the relationship. But the fact of the matter is, we don't actually really get to see what Philip was like before the murder. We get the idea that Brandon is always like this, and that he is just this calm and snarky and catty at all times.
Yeah.
Philip is the one that we see really affected by what's been done. And we kind of see his deterioration as the film goes, and Brandon is doing nothing to really help the situation by doing things like moving the party from the dining room to the main room where they've just killed David, or giving David's father a stack of rare first printing books using the rope that they strangled David with as the device to hold the books together. And a lot of it just plays out in the dialogue and the very for its time, very elegant camera work. You see a lot of bumps. The cuts are rather jarring, but it's 1948. This is what it was.
Yep.
And
yeah,
rumor has it that one of these cameras, and these were early color cameras, which one of these cameras got rolled over a cameraman's toe, and they couldn't stop it because they were in the middle of this 10-minute long take that would require them having to stop and reset and start over for the whole day. So this poor guy just had to sit there biting something to not yelp and scream.
I thought the room or the legend was that they pulled him to offset into a room so that he could scream.
I heard that he was pulled off. I don't know if it was the same room or not. It very well could be.
But still, the old glory of Hollywood. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Fuck that guy. We're trying to get a shot here. Yeah. It wouldn't fly now, nor should it fly. But it, now over 70 years later, I think we can at least say it's an interesting anecdote.
Yeah.
Now I'm assuming you've seen Rope.
Yes, I have. It was probably like the second or third Hitchcock film I saw.
Yeah,
I haven't I haven't seen it in a very good long time. I wasn't able to revisit any but one of the movies on either of our lists. I just didn't have the time. But I Rope is one of those. It's like you said, it's very short. It might be Hitchcock's shortest film. So, but it's just one of those movies that like are so specific it just stays with you. It's almost like, I mean, I've always had an issue with film, especially if you hear Hitchcock, if you think of how cinematic Hitchcock films are, and then you think of adapting a stage play and how sometimes don't make the best movies, especially within the limitations of usually being set. That's not to say, in fact, the best movie I saw this year felt like a movie that was a stage play. It was a book based off a real story, but where the sort of everything happens around one location and the film feels very contained. But because of the one shot take, the movie's very memorable. It works for what it is. The story is so, I mean this in the best possible way, but it's so asinine that these two guys would basically sort of, after committing a murder, would sort of flaunt it under people's nose on the off chance to prove they're superior. It's like, it's such a concept that only works in like a film or in a piece of fiction. But
yeah.
And then, I will say once this is no discredit to anybody else. I think it's just the pure, Jimmy Stewart's so great at playing specific type of characters, basically Jimmy Stewart types, that once he's in the movie, he's, I by no means am saying that he's the best thing about the movie, but he's very memorable in it because he's very Jimmy Stewart in it, and he's always great in everything anyways. But yeah, I wouldn't put it in my top 5 favorite Hitchcock movies, but I do think it's better than some of the ones that other people happen to enjoy. But it's still a great off left of center version of the Killer Couples, because it's just how specific and like their motivation. And I guess it was based off the Leopold and Loeb murders too, which,
yes,
so yes,
it definitely was.
Yeah. So, but yes, I enjoy it. I haven't seen it in decades, but it is a movie I enjoy quite a bit.
It is worth a revisit. I agree with you. It's not quite in my top 5 Hitchcock, but it probably would be in my top 10 just because I like the artistic conceit of it. And
yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing is I didn't know that. I did not know, I watched it. Did I watch it for film class? I don't remember. I saw it in my early 20s. I think when I was just sort of trying to watch a bunch of Hitchcock films or sort of getting into the history of Hollywood. But I had no idea about it. And like, when you first saw it, it doesn't dawn on you. My brain at that point I wasn't in the frame of mind to sort of realize the mechanics of the film and the fact that it was, if not the first attempt to do a single shot film, it was one of the earliest versions. And like I said, the machinations of, that big, city view and like how that was all fabricated, like all that stuff sort of, once you hear about it, makes the movie that much more impressive or whatever. The first time I saw it, it was more about just the sort of kind of the ludicrousness of this the concept or whatever. But again, done really well with great actors, and like, everything is dripping with this particular sort of Hitchcockian vibe or whatever. But yeah, it's far more impressive. I think, well, just like anything, when you find out about how Hitchcock made his films and the mechanics and the actual artistry of filmmaking and stuff, like it takes it to that next level. But as a killer couple movie, it's very interesting because of how specific it is and how, most people are going to think of definitely other movies first, but this is a great example of the different ways that you can, that kind of idea can happen. So I thought it was actually a really great choice, completely inspired choice. We thought about this, wasn't even on my list until, you said it. I was like, oh, and even like I said, knowing that in the play, it's, they're outright lovers. Yes. It's not even, and that, even the college professor character, Jimmy Stewart's character is also implied that he had some sort of affair with them as well. So for that alone, I think, even how, like I said, it was far more suggested in the Hitchcock version than it was in the play. I think even that's pretty audacious and pretty interesting for film history. So
yeah, I mean, it was overt enough to get it banned in a couple of spots in the United States by people who did catch on to what was going on here, which just makes me appreciate that Hitchcock was bold enough to do it to begin with, and to actually cast gay men in the leads.
Yep.
Who I think at the time Farley Granger was fully out, and I think John Dall was still possibly closeted. I'm not sure if he remained closeted his whole life. He did not, unfortunately. John Dall didn't live very long. He died around the age of 50. His last film was Spartacus, but I too love Jimmy Stewart in just about anything. I do think he might be a tad miscast in this. He's fun to watch. What's fun to watch in this movie is because he's the college professor who has, dangerous ideas about, the intellectualism behind, thinning the population by murdering lesser than so that we can all get a better parking spot. That's sort of or a ticket to the theater. This all seemed really foreign coming out of the Jimmy Stewart voice. Like, I gotta say, like, you have these people are, especially the two main characters, Brandon and Philip, they're not just your average like couple living together. Like, they are very clearly wealthy at a very young age, and they never say how, and they never say, whether it was inherited or whether I guess if I had to make my own assumptions completely, I would assume that Philip is probably wealthy, and that Brandon, the loudmouth one of them, was attracted to Philip because he's
got money.
Some things.
Yeah.
But the relationship between the student and the teacher was supposed to be the Brandon character and Rupert, the teacher that Jimmy Stewart plays. And when you see them all being very, urbane and intellectual, and I don't just mean the two men, I mean everybody at the party is being very sort of, mid-century New York, Manhattan about everything.
Yeah.
And then here comes Jimmy Stewart, and he comes in. Let me tell you, see, I think that anybody should be able to kill anybody. Like, it just doesn't quite work for me. Where Stewart is really good, where he's really effective, is when he's not saying anything and he's picking up on like the little cues that he's picking up from Brandon and Philip that are giving away that they have committed this crime. And he has these great looks as the camera pans over to him and you hear someone else talking, and he'll kind of double take on a word, and you can see the puzzle coming together in his head throughout the whole film. And that part of it, that's pure Jimmy Stewart, and that's pure fun. I think the original casting idea of Cary Grant would have worked better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think you would have been able to maintain the idea that there was maybe a possible relationship, not currently at the time that the play takes place in, or the movie. It was in their past. So this isn't like a former lover coming over. It was just something that was a part of their storyline. But I think Cary Grant would have fit into that clique a lot better. And Cary Grant was offered the role, and Cary Grant turned it down because there were enough rumors floating around about Cary Grant's sexuality at that time that he did not want to take any risks.
Yeah.
He was, I'm not sure if at the time he was still living with Randolph Scott, the great cowboy actor, but ladies and gentlemen, look up Cary Grant and Randolph Scott roommates. Just Google those words together. You will find some of the most adorable pictures of two men living together platonically that you've ever seen, being very domestic with one another. It's another one of those things. And Cary Grant was at least bisexual. Like, it wasn't, there was never any kind of like indication that he didn't love his wives, although there were multiples of them. But that's not a statement on sexuality. That's just a statement on fidelity or commitment or whatever kind of problems they might have been having. But I believe that Cary Grant truly loved the women that he married. That's the angle I get from reading his biography. And he himself said that he wasn't gay. But Google Cary Grant, Randolph Scott, ask yourself the question, and leave it up to your own imagination. It is not hard for me to put those two together in the slightest. And I think the movie would have been better. Because I would say, Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart very famously in movies like The Philadelphia Story played very well off each other. So I would say that they're matches as actors, but something about Jimmy Stewart's folksy voice just wasn't, not only was it not reading as intellectual to me, it wasn't reading as like Manhattan to me.
Well, I mean, I think and again, I think, you can be a college professor in Manhattan and not come from Manhattan.
Sure,
but,
of course. But would Brandon be okay with that? Like, I mean, he's the one that's like
my biggest thing
about who he's spending time with. He'll literally kill you if he thinks that you're less than.
My biggest kind of hurdle is the idea that Jimmy Stewart could be the person that came up with this like Nietzschean concept of might makes right, like that there's a superior class of people. That's so not Jimmy Stewart. But the part where he is great is like as the movie, as sort of he's figuring this out, like
as the detective work comes into play.
Yeah, that's where he kind of excels, and he's really becomes very hypnotic. Like he becomes so captivating to watch. But it's definitely a movie where I feel like I don't think you could. Well, for many reasons, I don't think you can remake that. Not in such a literal way, but I think the concept of. I mean, there's been real murder, and we'll talk about how more than a few of the movies tonight were actually inspired by real life incidences. But I feel like as much true crime as I listen to, the concept of somebody committing a murder just to see if they can get away with it stops being that incredulous the more you find out the reason that some people have murdered and actually taken lives. So but yeah, it's definitely a great product of its time and very Hitchcock. Like if you like Hitchcock films, it's he's definitely you can definitely see where he leaves his stamp on it. I've never seen the play, and I can imagine it's definitely different, but he definitely leaves his Hitchcock stamp on it. And, for that reason alone, I think it's definitely worth watching at least once.
Right. And I think part of why it's not thought of as a killer couple as often as it maybe should be is because it is not a road movie. And that seems to be a very common thing amongst even just the rest of the movies that we're going to discuss. It's not a prerequisite for a killer couple, but even Bride of Chucky took Chucky on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Killer couples tend to be road movies, so I wanted to do something a little different in terms of that. And that's how Rope ended up on my list. But
yeah, it's a great choice.
So what would be your next pick?
So since you sort of gave me the perfect leeway into it, I'm going to go with the one that we discussed. It isn't what we would like for a quote unquote Valentine's Day themed killer couple movie. I chose one that wasn't specifically a traditionally romantic killer couple movie, and I went with Thelma and Louise. Now, I will preface this by saying I was caught between this and this movie Boys Next Door from 1985.
You've told me. I haven't seen that. You've told me about that one. I want to see
it. It's very interesting movie. Similar in theme, where it's two friends and that bond of friendship. And again, that one is also a road movie. It's about, these two young guys who commit a murder and kind of go on the run. Totally different in vibe and in quality and everything. But the thing one of the reasons I went with this, besides the fact it's, one of the most beloved, I don't know, like crime road movies. And, I think that there's a platonic love there that is very specific. And I do think that, I doubt anybody listening to this podcast hasn't probably seen Thelma and Louise, but basically, essentially, it's about Thelma and Louise, two characters played by Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis, who Gina Davis's character is like dating a real piece of shit guy and
married to him.
That's right. Excuse me. Married to him. And he's a real piece of work, played by a great character actor. And I'm blanking on his name.
Christopher McDonald.
Thank you. Yeah. Who always plays the asshole.
Shooter McGavin,
Shooter McGavin. Exactly. But they, Susan basically is insisting that they take this much needed vacation. And she, kind of talks Gina Davis into her husband's very overbearing and stuff. And she, they decide to go on this trip that they both, desperately need. While I think it's on the very first night of their road trip, they go to this honky tonk bar. Gina Davis she's starting to drink. She's starting to like let her hair down. She meets this charming, I guess you would call him, a cowboy guy. Essentially, there's an attempted rape scene, and Susan Sarandon comes to her aid, and with gun drawn, gets the guy to back off. But the guy is so disgusting and so vile that even though, like, at this point, Gina Davis' character is safe, legally, out of disgust and anger, justifiable, however you want to say it, but she decides to shoot this guy and murders him, and they decide to run. You've got the always amazing Harvey Keitel as the cop on their tail, and it's basically how these two friends, their bond gets closer and closer the more that the craziness of they basically become outlaws. They go from committing murder to being a robber. Basically, Gina Davis's character she's just basically, at this point, she's become so impulsive that they're so tired of the roles that they've been given in their life and just the dudes that they deal with, that they sort of just accept that they're now outlaws. And Susan Sarandon's character is the one that she has a traumatic past. She's the one that's kind of dragging her feet, where Gina Davis is sort of finding this sort of freedom in being an outlaw. They meet at one point. They meet a very young Brad Pitt in probably the role that made him break out as this very like seemingly sweet, good-natured kind of cowboy con artist. And it's because of him that things start to go downhill. Gina Davis once again decides to trust the wrong guy, and very famous ending, this sort of nihilistic ending that kind of the whole movie, it's like the argument of like none of this needed to happen. If they could have stayed their ground, they could have just been like, oh, sorry, like I shot this guy, he was trying to rape my friend, this is what happened. But the justifiable, Susan Sarandon basically says like, nobody's going to believe us. Gina Davis realizes like, there's a very, I think, accurate portrayal of the, how women are viewed in society, and women who are the victims of certain crimes, and how women are not allowed to commit violence and stuff. And there's all these in the 25 or however many years it's been since the movie came out. A lot of the issues in the films are still very prescient to this day. And there's a lot of inherent sadness in it, but it's this weird, beautiful, it's using the story of this like crime spree. And it's one of the rare cases in the films we'll talk about tonight, where the murder could be considered justified. Like I said, she didn't have to shoot him. They could have gotten away, but I don't think there's a single member of the audience who was sad to watch that guy get shot, for good or bad, whatever that says about humanity. Yeah. I think like most of the audience, if didn't root for that to happen, could at least understand why it happened. But about friendship, and about specifically female friendship, and the bond of women, and especially the women who are bonded by terrible things and things that have happened to them and stuff, and the roles that people play, specifically women in society. And it is one of the best movies of the 90s, and that's saying a lot because that was a phenomenal decade for films. Yeah. And it's one of the films that like it doesn't feel, I mean, yes, there's aspects of it that feel dated, haircuts and stuff, but it's so, I feel like it's a movie that's going to stand the test of time forever. I think the performances are great. And one thing I love about it, and I love a lot of these movies are great. I feel like in a lot of killer couple movies, a lot of the bulk of the actual heavy lifting when it comes to the great roles of these films seem to tend towards to be female roles. They usually tend to either be more of where the audience is sort of like, they're like the view into the movie. They're the ones kind of who are either picturing the terrible things happening or reacting to the terrible things happening. Or, in the rare cases, the ones doing the terrible things, but it's usually one or the other, where this movie is sort of both. They don't want to be doing the things that they're doing at first. They're sort of, it's done by happenstance, but there's a freedom that Gina Davis feels towards the end of the movie, where she just kind of she's like, look, this is something I'm happy to be good at, and honestly, I feel like a sense of freedom for good or bad, and it's such a joy to see that, especially from an actress like Gina Davis, who, especially by this time, that wasn't what she was known for. Susan Sarandon either, and like, it's such a distinct and such a specific point of view for a movie that it just kind of fires on all cylinders. And when the ending comes, and the ending, I feel like maybe isn't, the one criticism I've always had is, I don't know if the ending is earned, as far as that's the choice they make, but it's so with that said, it's so powerful and so well done that, like, you just sort of go with it and like accept that that's the reality for these characters, and then that's what they've chosen. But yeah, it's a great movie. I could go on and on about, like, even every single, like, Michael Madsen, who has a small role as Susan Sarandon's sort of, the guy who's always loved her but she's never fully committed to, sort of thing. Like, he's plays against kind of, I mean, at one point he plays very much too tight, but as a sort of like, kind of a, working class dude that's just hopelessly in love with Susan Sarandon, there's a gentleness there and a sort of earnestness to his role that you don't see him play. I think you said something even in our Slack that, like, Harvey Keitel is very much the, like, non-Harvey Keitel role. He's kind of like this sympathetic cop, and it's kind of like, he's like just genuinely seems like he wants, to help these two women. It's a great movie, man, start to finish. And Brad Pitt, again, I definitely feel like it was a star-turning role for him. He's so charming when he's on screen, and even at one point he's in the cops catch him, because he's a con artist and a bank robber himself. Even when he's in jail, he's so charming, and the performance is so good that, like, you forget he's kind of a dickhead, like, I'm a piece of shit character. But yeah, it's a great. It's phenomenal. It's a movie that I think is a cultural touchstone, and I think not solely because when it came out, like, there weren't these movies for women. But this movie would never have been, or at least it wasn't common to see these kind of women, a starring vehicle for two women best friends, and they're the ones that are kind of. So for that reason alone, I thought, it was definitely, it had a cultural impact. But I think just as a film, just as a film for acting and writing and direct, I just think it's phenomenal. So, I thought it was a good choice to sort of throw into this list.
I agree. I was at first, when you first mentioned that you were going to do Thelma and Louise, I was caught up on the idea of, like, well, they're not really, they're a couple, sure, but they're not, in the traditional understanding of a killer couple. It wasn't a romantic relationship. They do have a kiss at the end, but that's not the point of the kiss.
No, exactly. Yes.
Though I will also say that there are arguments that can be made for or against something like Butch and Sundance being on this list, but Butch and Sundance didn't kiss before they jumped off their cliff. But very different time and place. And that movie actually was a huge inspiration on Callie Curry, the woman who wrote this screenplay. I was actually lucky enough to meet her when I was 18.
Oh, very nice.
Name drop there. Yeah. I remember I told her that I thought it was very cool that she wrote kind of the female equivalent of a Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And she pretended that was a very interesting and observational thought for an 18-year-old to have. Looking back now, she probably got that comment 15 times a day on average. But she was very nice about making me feel like, yes, I got it right. It was also directed by Ridley Scott, who we have kind of expressed openly our love-hate relationship with Ridley. This is the type of thing that I love to see Ridley Scott do. It's when he tends to get a little overblown on things like American Gangster or even Black Hawk Down, where I tune out and feel like he's just not telling a story about human beings. Blade Runner is the exception to all of that because it's not necessarily a movie about human beings. But Thelma and Louise is most definitely his most human story yet.
Yes.
He did not plan to direct it. He was so moved by Callie Curry's screenplay, which she actually wrote as she was inspired by her friend Pam Tillis, the country western star. So she was writing a story of what if they were Butch and Sundance. And I guess they did stray from her script considerably, but she was part of the process. They went to, if anybody who was a name in the early 90s as a director, male or female, obviously leaning more male for the early 90s. Pretty much everybody was approached with this script and nobody knew what to do with it. Ridley Scott believed in it so much, but he kept on arguing, I'm not the guy to make this movie. I don't understand this movie. And then something finally clicked for him. And he said, you know what? I think now that I am the only, like, if this is going to be directed by a man, I am the man to direct it. And like he found the way to latch onto these characters. And many say that it was kind of a four-way collaborative effort by the people who you would expect: Ridley Scott, the writer Callie Curry, and Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis. Which, when you really get down to the nuts and bolts, like when you get to the collaborative process of filmmaking, those are the people that you want: your writer, your director, your star, working in harmony together, or not so harmony at times, but that's okay too, and that's sometimes even beneficial. And it certainly was the case in this film. That a lot of arguing, a lot of trying to prove that this was the right decision versus that. But it took a lot of respect to even remain in the room for those four and for them to come up with something that was this powerful.
Yeah.
This really is the product of four parents in a lot of ways. And it took a lot of shit. I mean, I was in junior high school when this came out in the early 90s. And one of the first things I remember about it before ever having seen it was all the talks about, oh, it just makes men look stupid. And no, I'm sure you remember this back in the early 90s. This was like actually a narrative around this film. And anybody who sees this movie will immediately understand that the people who are complaining about it are the people that relate to the Christopher McDonald character.
Yeah.
Like they're upset because they just saw themselves portrayed honestly on screen. And he's not beating her. He's not a monster. He's just a complete controlling idiot.
Yeah, he's just that. Exactly. He's
that's the level of realism. I mean, Michael Madsen, the character that you brought up of his, who's the boyfriend Jimmy of Susan Sarandon's Louise. He's no angel either. You know, he's showing up in town to bring them some money, some very much needed money. And it looks like he could swoop in and be like a Superman character in this story, but he still has violent outbursts. He still says, I don't understand what this is. He's not a stupid guy, but he's also not pretending to be enlightened in a situation that he knows nothing about. And he's not enlightened. He seems like he could be just as brutish as anybody else. Harvey Keitel does stand out as kind of the coolest guy in the movie because he's doing his job to the best of his ability to keep Thelma and Louise from hurting anybody, but also to keep them from getting hurt further themselves. And he's even giving them heads up along their journey. Like, let me remind you, you have not been, charged with a crime at this point. If you turn yourself in, we can talk about this, because it seemed to be pretty clear cut what had happened in this parking lot. But what I also felt was amazing that I don't think gets touched on quite as much enough, although you mentioned it too, is the absolute human side of this, in that the crime they committed was preventable. It was a crime. It was not self-defense. At the point that the murder happens, it is nothing but a murder. This idiot in the honky tonk is trying to rape Thelma. Louise comes up from behind with Thelma's gun. She shows disgust over having to carry the gun in the first place. But she's clearly triggered by this experience on a level even more deep than just being a spectator of something as horrendous as this. And she's able to diffuse the situation using the gun as an intimidating point, and get him to back off of Thelma. And it isn't until he basically tells her, like, suck my cock or something like that. He's just got a bad attitude about being, his plan being thwarted. And she's just had enough and she shoots him. And I think it's the most human thing. Like, I think I would almost hope that almost any of us would make the same mistake. Like, oh, that's enough. You don't get to keep going. Like, game over for you, dude.
Yeah.
Because he's such a horrendous piece of shit.
Yeah. An actual monster. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we never lose their side of like, we're never like, oh, Thelma and Louise went too far. We understand they went too far, and that's why they have to run. Because if they told the truth, if they don't lie about this, they're going to go to prison for murder because it was no longer self-defense. And I think that's one of the most brilliant little, it seems so major when you discuss it on this kind of a level, but when you're just watching it, it's such a small thing. rolled up into all these other things that the movie stands for, you almost start to forget it, that this was a preventable crime. And it really does get you to cheer them on, because you understand how somehow subconsciously almost that you probably would have done the same thing, that you probably would have shot this dude for mouthing off too at that point, with the baggage involved. Like, it's just incredibly human. And I, going back to like Ant-Man and the Wasp and all of this, like I miss humanity, and even Everything Everywhere All at Once wasn't, yes, it's about being a human, but it's about a human doing superhuman things. I love watching humans make mistakes. And this was, I think, Louise's mistake in Thelma and Louise was one of the greatest mistakes in film history, because it creates an entire discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's still going to this day. And now Criterion Collection just announced that they're going to do a Thelma and Louise 4K, which just got added to my cart as soon as it got announced.
And I think it's one of those movies that, like, especially now where I feel like there's more vitriol against, like, as much as there's a huge cultural voice that's, again, wants more people of color as a voice in cinema, wants more women to have a voice in cinema. There's a big reactionary from online dudes that, like, who wanted to cry it as I don't know, as that's their like buzzword insult is woke, which
that's the buzzword of the decade.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, this is such an important movie, regardless of what decade you were born in, and like,
or what gender you are, like,
or yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is, as a guy, the first time I watched it, however many decades ago, I wasn't coming in from a place of a guy watching this movie about women. I just wanted to see a good movie, and that's what I got. Like, a lot of, like, even as long as you're not a fucking monster, like, if you're watching somebody get attempted to be raped and that person gets shot, I don't need to be a woman to cheer that dude getting shot. Like, that guy deserves to die. Like, and I think I said, you didn't talk about all of the cultural context of it and everything, but all of that is a justifiable conversation. It's just a great movie. Like, that's the thing. Is Susan Sarandon. I feel like Gina Davis gets the fun role where Susan Sarandon, and it's funny because at the beginning, Susan Sarandon seems like she's going to be the fun one at the first scene. Like, she's the one that's kind of like letting loose, and Gina Davis is sort of this, like, housewife lady. But poor Susan Sarandon has to carry the bulk of the stress, where Gina Davis sort of just, she's kind of enjoying, the adventure of it. And I think
she's the one having a character arc.
Yeah.
Louise has already had a character arc.
Yeah.
And it's so in her past that at the point that it gets brought up again in the movie, she actually goes off on Thelma about how she's not going to go into her backstory.
Yeah.
So we are denied Thelma's backstory because we don't need to hear it to understand it, because the story is so universal. The circumstances are so universal and so tragically common that we do not have to hear Louise's side of things to understand.
And I honestly think
Thelma gets to go off on this, like, she gets to fuck Brad Pitt. Who, by the way, I will say this, didn't know that they had $3,000 in their room when he knocked on their door. So there's, he liked Thelma.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's just the nature of the
con man. He sees $3,000. He's going to take it, but that's not why he was there.
Yeah. And when he tells the story of how he robs banks, that's his character to a T. Like, that whole spiel he gives her, you generally know he believes that. Like, he doesn't mean to do harm. He just, that's who he is. But the one thing I was going to say, though, specifically about,
he's an outlaw holding the hairdryer. It's my first image of Brad Pitt ever.
Brad Pitt. He's come a long way, but still, what a great, between that and, it's funny, we'll be talking about him 2 times tonight.
Yeah, several names pop up on these lists.
Yeah, but not giving the audience the full scope of her backstory and what happened to her, I think, was the smart decision.
Another very powerful move on I don't know whose idea it was, but I'm gonna side with Callie Gray. I'm willing to bet that she had that idea.
Yeah, I bet. Because one is, at that point in the story, you don't need, what we've already seen is picture enough for these women of what they've gone through and, like, where they're going. But as an audience, you get to imagine how awful it must have been that the lady that just shot that dude and hightailed it was so awful. She can't even confide in her best friend about what happened, and in your brain you're like, wow, what the fuck happened to her? And I think as an audience member, like, that's all you need. Like, you don't need the full details. In fact, it might be gratuitous. It might even be exploitative on some level to have her go into this gory story or whatever. All you know is that it impacted her enough that she was going to shoot that dude for just being disgusting, and right on. So, but great, yeah, great movie. I mean, to this day, I feel like it's become so iconic that, like, I feel like it's like a cultural touchstone where you see two women in a convertible and you just immediately think of that movie. Yeah. But it's such a good movie, and it holds up, and it's definitely worth multiple viewing. So yeah, that's my final say on that.
Well, it was a good choice. I'm glad that you put that on there. Like I said, I was surprised, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know what? I just really want to talk about this movie anyways. And they are a killer couple. So yeah, so I'm glad you put that on there. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna keep mine kind of in chronological because I don't have a sequitur to draw to Thelma and Louise in my collection here.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna go with the next one up, which would be Gun Crazy, which came out in 1950, so only a couple of years after Rope, but also stars John Dall. This time, definitely not playing gay. It's really a ludicrous movie, and this is the first one on the list where there's an element of so bad it's good. Although whenever you're talking about films from 1950, there's an arguable point to make that nothing is so bad it's good. It's just good. And our modern sensibilities are seeing something as silly that might have just been seen as cool back in the day. But the movie's called Gun Crazy. It's directed by Joseph H. Lewis, who didn't do much more that I was aware of. Stars John Dall and Peggy Cummins as the shoot 'em up gun crazy couple of the title, and a script that was actually backdoor written by Dalton Trumbo, the member of the what are they called, the Hollywood 10, the blacklisted writers.
Blacklisted, yep.
Who was not allowed to be credited on any film in Hollywood for a ridiculous amount of time due to his affiliations with the Communist Party in the 50s and the McCarthy hearings. And well, everyone knows that story. One of these days, maybe we'll do like a whole thing on movies that were secretly written by blacklisted writers. But Dalton Trumbo was the one specifically who very recently Bryan Cranston played in a movie called Trumbo. Was also another screenwriter of Spartacus. So I'm guessing that's maybe how John Dall knew him. But this story, I'm not even entirely sure quite how to describe it without making it sound incredibly stupid, but I think even that sounds fun. We start off with a flashback starring little Rusty Tamblyn, Russ Tamblyn, who would later go on to be in West Side Story, and he's still with us as Amber Tamblyn's father. Still, for some reason, blows my mind that Russ Tamblyn from West Side Story is David Cross's father-in-law. I always wonder what kind of conversations they have, although Russ Tamblyn was in a bunch of like Satan sadists, and once he left West Side Story, he did a lot of exploitation stuff that was just as fascinating. But at this point, he's like 11 years old, and he's playing this kid who is obsessed with guns. He loves guns, and he loves the machinations of guns, and he loves the sound it makes and whatever. And we show him as this little boy, and he shoots a chick, a baby chick. There's a mother hen with all the other chicks around, and he shoots one to see what it feels like. And he's so disturbed. I mean, he starts crying, and just like any of the rest of us probably would in that scenario, they show this cute little dead baby chick, and he's responsible for it. And he doesn't give up his obsession with guns, but he swears to never use one to hurt people or to hurt any living thing with. And then you see him growing up and going on a camping trip with his best friends, and everyone else is wanting to shoot this deer that's a good distance away, and they all know that he could do it because he's such a great sharpshooter, but he won't use his gun to shoot a living thing. So we get to see him struggle with it again there. And the backstory actually goes on longer than most backstories for this era of noir films. What happens is the kid ends up being tried in court for trying to steal a gun. He's told that he can't have guns anymore, and so he tries to steal one from like a store window, and he gets caught. And so the judge, who takes sympathy on him as someone who is nonviolent but just loves guns, sends him to another school, like a boarding school, a military school type thing. And of course, he goes into the military, and he is quite celebrated in the military, and he becomes one of the greatest sharpshooters the military's ever seen. But he's a conscientious objector at the same time, because he can't use the guns to like harm a human being. So now we cut to him as a grown man coming back into the town that he once lived in, and he and his friends that he used to go hunting with, now one's the editor of the local paper, and the other one is the local marshal. And they take him out to the carnival because they haven't seen him in years, and he's in town, and that's what you do in town. So they go to see the traveling carnival, and of course, there's a traveling sharpshooter, kind of an Annie Oakley type in the carnival, who is offering, like a prize if you can outshoot her. And so they kind of push him up there to play with her, and the chemistry is off the charts as soon as they see each other, and they're practically having foreplay with one another while they're doing their little gun show in front of an audience that's thrilled to see all this marksmanship. And this guy, he's just gotten out of the army. He's looking for some sort of a job, and he gets offered a job in this carnival, and very quickly finds out how exploitive the guy who runs the carnival is. And he thinks that he's in a relationship with his sharpshooting Annie Oakley wannabe, who she clearly has different ideas about what their relationship is. And so they go on the road together. They run off and start a life of crime together. Very much inspired by the real life Bonnie and Clyde, because this was before there was a movie of it. These two go off and start robbing banks because she's the one who likes to have an exciting life. She wants to rob banks and make money and have fur coats and cool black berets and be one of the cool kids. And meanwhile, he's doing whatever he can to keep this woman that he doesn't want to lose, just as long as he doesn't have to like actually shoot anybody himself. And doesn't take a genius to see where all of this is going. At a certain point, it's going to get down to like, what is he going to do? And there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of, no, this will be the last one, I promise, and all of that. But it's a lot of fun. You've got two actors that are clearly having a good time with one another, and a really interesting visual style. One of the things that I think is most notable about this movie is it shoots its bank robberies, at least a couple of them, from the backseat of the car. When we think of movies from 1950, we think of, the classic sort of, it's still used today, back projection car driving. This was actually a rig that was set up in the backseat of the car, the director back there with it, where you could actually get shots of the two actors in the passenger and driver's seat actually driving on real roads. So this movie did all of its car chases and everything in one shot with the actors driving down live roads. It's like when the actors, when John Dall is saying, I hope we can find a parking space, he's actually saying that to the actor that's sitting next to him, because he's hoping that while they're filming, they're going to be able to find a parking space. At one point in the background, after a bank robbery, you hear somebody in the background say, the bank just got robbed, because that was a townsperson who thought that the bank just got robbed, because someone ran out in a cowboy outfit and jumped in a car and sped off. So that's really cool. That clearly inspired, Steve McQueen car chases to come, 10 years later, 15 years later. It was really kind of the birth of the car chase, the legitimate car chase, in my opinion. And as a Burt Reynolds fan, that's a big deal to me too. So on a technical level, this is worth seeing. On a camp level, this is fun seeing, because you get people robbing banks dressed up like cowboys and Indians, but in like modern 1950 America, because those were the outfits they had with their carnival. You get to see a carnival. Carnivals are always fun in noir movies. Just all the best stuff that you would expect from later era noir is in here. Wasn't robbed of any Oscars. It's not going to change anybody's life, but it is a really fun killer couple movie that has some innovations that I think people have forgotten about over the years, and some fun performances.
It's the only film on tonight's list I've never seen. I was curious enough. I mean, that pulpish 1950s movie poster alone made me want to watch it, but I didn't get a chance to see it. But
and the original title I like even better: "Deadly is the Female," with that poster.
That's so 1950s. I love it. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something I would love to check out. Do you know if it's streaming anywhere, Devin? If we could give this movie some extra views, or is it?
I think it's rentable. I know for a fact that I've seen it pop up on Criterion Channel, but I don't think it's there currently. I had
check it out.
I have it from a DVD in an old box set, an old Warner Brothers Noir box set. But the way I watched it was actually on my DVR because I recorded it off of Turner Classic Movies. So it's one of the movies that makes the rounds there too. Not impossible to find. If you're patient, I'm sure it'll pop up somewhere streaming. If you don't want to wait that long, you're only going to be out like $2-3. But I would say it's worth it if you're a fan of, old black and white killer couples, or if you want to see John Dall in something that's not Rope. Uh, he was the charismatic Brandon in that. And this, he's playing a much more tortured character. He's the one that doesn't want to be committing the crimes, and she's the one who is kind of sadistic.
Which I like that. I like that the fact that, again, playing kind of off expectation, that the woman is the bloodthirsty killer. So I like that, and especially from a 1950s movie, I definitely want to check it out.
Yeah, I highly suggest it. I think you of all people would love it. I think you'd get a kick out of the scenes where they're shooting from the back seat, just because it's kind of fun, and get to see a realistic convertible shot. In Hollywood, still to this day, when you see someone driving around in a convertible, their hair's blowing back. When in a real convertible, their hair blows forward. So that's how you know they're actually in a real convertible in this movie, is because her hair is completely in her face when they're driving around.
Yep. One thing I will say, first time I ever drove in a convertible, because, as a kid, you think it's the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Hated it. Hated it.
Yeah.
Nobody mentions the bugs either.
Good point. I'm not sure if any bugs got into this movie, but I'm sure they did. But very innovative in that sense. And it's the kind of innovation you don't like. It's like when they say that D.W. Griffith invented the close-up, in the silent era. I'm sure he did, but at the same time, I'm sure the close-up was going to be invented within the next 2 or 3 movies by anybody. I'm sure this technology that allowed them to bolt the camera into the back seat of a car and actually get the actors driving was something that was bound to like come right around the corner. But this is the one that did it.
Yeah, and oh no, go ahead.
I was also going to point out too, I don't want to give away the ending of this, but the ending of this is actually really spooky. Like actually kind of like edgy. It takes place in a bog sort of area, with a lot of fog, and you don't know what's around. And at this point, these characters have been run ragged. Like, you were as exhausted as they are just from looking at them, and to also not be able to see like 2 feet in front of you, which is really it's the best way that you take down sharpshooters, is to put them in fog. But yeah, genuinely kind of like unsettling last few minutes of this movie.
I will say you had me at bog. Any movie that takes place in a bog, I'm definitely down for. Awesome. Well, like I said, I feel bad I didn't have anything to really add to that, but it's definitely it sounds like a movie, like you said, definitely up my alley. So for my next picture, I went with a movie that, again, will have some actors who reoccur in later films, but with 1988's Heathers. Probably what I consider to be, for the longest time, the sort of quintessential teen cult movie, in the sense that it influenced so many movies that came after it. And I couldn't really, at a time when, in the 80s, especially by the late 80s, when you had, run the gamut of the teen movies and you're getting things like Can't Buy Me Love, this movie came out and it was such a dark, jet black comedy, but it was so from a particular point of view that I think it was that touchstone for a lot of my friends who, by 1994, 1995, the film had come out, didn't do well at the box office, notoriously. It
did very poor. I think Cinemax was my first exposure to this, like right after it left
theaters. I mean, for me, I think it was rental, but I mean, it was probably, I couldn't tell you the first place I saw it, but it became that thing that like the cool kids knew about this movie. Like the, and by
the way, I just like to point out, probably the only movie on either of our list that there's a lot of controversy on our list. This is probably still the most, if not the only one that is controversial on this list at all.
Yeah, it's funny because neither of us chose, at least the most famous, probably example, the most notorious of these movies. We neither of us chose. I think probably because it was maybe too on the nose, but we'll talk about that in a few. But again, it was controversial because these were teenagers, and it was very satirical. And I think making light, like making a comedy about this topic alone was would have been kind of a lot for major audiences. But for those of you that haven't seen the movie Heathers, it stars it's about a group of friends. These 4 female friends. They're dubbed the Heathers because 3 of the 4 are named Heather, and then Winona Ryder, who famously almost didn't get the part because the director didn't think she was pretty enough. Who plays the kind of the heroine, Veronica. But there are these 4 popular kind of snobby rich girls, and Veronica, who's the only non-Heather of the Heathers, is sort of the one that's like, she's a little bit of the black sheep of the friends. The cast, it's a lot of people that were of its day. Shannon Doherty plays Heather Duke, who originally, in the film, originally all the Heathers were supposed to be blonde, but I guess Shannon Doherty, who very famously was, Shannon Doherty, even at such a young age, she wouldn't let them. She didn't want to say any of the foul language in the movie. She, I guess, cried when she actually saw the premiere because she didn't know it was going to be a comedy. She thought she was in a drama, but she wouldn't let them bleach her hair.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, 100%.
How do you read that script and not find the satire?
This is Shannon Doherty. But also Shannon Doherty wanted to play the role of Veronica, but didn't get it. But she plays Heather Duke, so she's in it. It's funny, I just referenced the movie, but I totally forgot that she was in it. But Kim Walker, is it Kim Walker or the other actress? Who, anyways, she plays the main Heather, who's the sort of the very domineering, bossy boss of the group. In fact, she treats everybody else like they're more like her underlings than her friends. But Veronica's character is sort of like, she's the only one that gives Heather Chandler the sort of like the run for her money and doesn't do everything that she says and sort of gives her shit. They have this sort of almost like rivalry going. Anyways, Veronica ends up meeting this like James Dean wannabe in a Christian Slater, who plays JD, Jason Dean, who's very obviously a James Dean sort of homage. He's sort of like
also JD Salinger.
JD Salinger. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. That one's almost so obvious. But
they're both true. They've admitted that both references went into that name.
And that's his character is such an archetype. And at first, you really like him. He's so cool, and like, he's very Christian Slater, where he's sort of like this kind of like rebellious guy, and he's too cool for everybody. He's too smart for everybody. And Veronica sort of sees a kindred spirit in him because he's also like very much a rebel, like a counterculture rebel. And, she really thinks like, the movie, for being a black comedy, 80s teen, movie, it's touching on a lot of things about adolescence and about how, even kids who think they're grown at an early age, they really haven't. They haven't lived life, and these kids who think they've seen it all are too smart for everybody, and they still have a lot of growing up to do. So, she meets JD, and there's even like commentary, like at one point, the Heather Chandler, the leader, like she's still trying to please people, and she's still trying to like, she has this tough facade, but she still wants people to like her and like, boys to like her. And she basically lets this frat boy talk her into having, or I guess she blows him, but she performs oral sex on him. And so she's shown to be this sort of like, I'm a bad, she's like this, like almost like evil character, but it's showing that she's still a teen girl. She still wants to be accepted. She's, still lets boys talk her into, doing things that she doesn't want to do. Meanwhile,
she rules the school, but this party is like a frat party. So she's nothing at the college. So
exactly. And exactly. So she's looking to still be accepted to, like there's this whole exchange where I think she says like everybody either wants to be my friend or fuck me or whatever. She's this thing, and that's really how she sees herself. Like, and like, but meanwhile, the character Veronica, this guy was trying to, talk her into having sex, and she shuts him down. So they're sort of like portraying the fact that the Heather character, this mean girl, this movie is, like I said, very influential, whether it's Jawbreaker, like tons of movies that came after this movie are basically, Heather's, they're, if not completely inspired by, at least partially inspired by. But anyways, basically JD, the character JD, they trick the Heather Chandler character into drinking bleach. Was it bleach?
No, it was drain cleaner. It was blue.
Drain cleaner, yeah. And ends up killing her, and they make it look like a suicide. And so what ends up happening is like suicides become very cool.
Yeah, suicide becomes popular.
Yeah, and and at first it's like Veronica's sort of caught up in this, and she is like on board, but as the film progresses, she sees that JD is he's trying to come up with reasons why he's justifying killing certain people, and whether it's the homophobic football players or the mean girls, whatever. But he's basically a sociopath. There's a whole scene where they get these
give full credit to the football players. They're not just homophobes; they're also date rapists.
Exactly. So
they're putting in the work to be assholes.
Oh, exactly. So that's the thing I was going to say is like they're these these bad people, justifying these bad people die. And so, but they get these two football players, and they basically get it to look like they were gay lovers who committed a murder suicide because they couldn't handle their gay love. And there's even this they go to a funeral, and the dad is like, I love my dead gay son. And JD has this whole thing about how like he's like yeah, well, if he was still breathing, would he be so proud of his gay son? Basically saying like it's all this like this fascinating, basically all this martyrdom that people place in these dead teenagers, or it's all fake, and it's blah blah blah. And it has this point about toxic. I mean, again, even in '88, this idea of like toxic masculinity and stuff. But so JD seems like this like almost like a folk hero. Like he's got this like actual philosophical moral stance against the evils of society, so therefore he's justified in killing. But as again, he just towards the end of the movie, he finds out no, he's just a psychopath. And he can come up with justification to kill anybody. Again, I don't want to spoil.
He's another intellectual killer, like just
exactly
like Brandon and
in this, I can say I don't know if they were sociopath or like full on like psychopath, if they were just so arrogant that they thought, but JD is a straight up psychopath.
I would say Brandon is. I think Philip is.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah. Philip is the one.
He's masquerading it.
Yeah. When and if you ever watch Rope Again, John Dall's Brandon he's fucking fantastic. He's amazing. And Slater in this, same thing. He's got the charisma to pull it off, even if he is doing a Jack Nicholson impression at times.
I'll touch on that in 1 second. Yes. But like one of my favorite things in the movie, which I think is one of the saddest and honestly most realistic and kind of the sharpest points the movie makes. And there's so much we could go into, whether it's the development of like the Heather Duke character, who starts off by being the sort of like, yes girl to the main Heather. And then she kind of, there's her transformation from her being this sort of almost likable character to just a more evil version of Heather. And like she bullies the other Heather friend who has depression and stuff. It's this very mean, cynical film, but there's this sort of heavy set girl who's truly, a outcast in the school. And at one point she legitimately tries to kill herself and runs into traffic, but ends up surviving. But, because she wasn't pretty and popular, everybody's like makes fun of her for trying to copy the cool kids. So she has no sympathy thrown her way, even though she is one of the only actual real victims in the movie.
Yeah.
And it's so heartbreaking, but honestly, it's so, I think that point still stands even to this day. Yeah. But, and there's one thing I will say too, there's like like the clothing, there's so much in like the production of this film with like choices made in clothing and the colors. Like there's so much nuance and stuff in this film that like so much of the dialogue, like there's just, it's such a great, it's so much smarter than it has the right to be. But notoriously it does, its ending was very much was it New Line or was it,
I think it was
not,
it was
New World. New World, yeah. New World, when they bought it, the film, they said we like everything, but the ending was too dark. So they filmed, it had multiple alternate endings. One of them, I think, is even darker than the original ending and, more twisted. But, the ending is so great. The one that got actual theatrical release is like, I love the ending. It's one of my favorite parts because there is some sort of redemption, even though if you kind of think about it, from a moral standpoint, Veronica should still go to jail. But,
yeah.
But again, it's a black comedy. But man, stylistically, what it did, I think for a generation of people, I mean, maybe not Gen X. I think Gen X would still probably be a little too old, but like maybe our generation and maybe a little after, where it was one of those touchstones where like if you were cool, you can quote Heathers, and it's a very quotable movie. The dialogue is so, I'm blanking on the term, but it's like very postmodern and like it's just, again, it's a touchstone for an entire generation of people who kind of appreciate its message or could really find the humor in it. And again, like so many teen movies that came after it, whether willingly or unwillingly, kind of have gone to the same well, so to speak, and definitely owe some credit to it. And it's one of those movies, yeah, it's set in 88 and there's a lot of like late 80s, early 90s fashion choices in it and like some of the stuff. But I might be biased because I grew up with it. But again, I still think it's a movie that, again, if you like Mean Girls, if you like the movie Jawbreaker, I mean, I could, if I sat and thought about it, I could probably give 30 titles. Like if you've never seen it, but you like those kind of like, and again, people, Mean Girls is so like, very pales in comparison to Heathers. But yeah, I love
most
it.
Most things do, honestly. It's a hard movie, but very sharply written. Like you said, great dialogue, some really terrific performances all around. This movie kind of comes from out of left field, and I don't think anybody saw it coming. Nobody was particularly big when they were making it. Christian Slater was maybe the biggest star at that point, and he'd done what, Gleaming the Cube at that point. And I think Pump Up the Volume might have been made right around the same time.
I think it was the next year.
Okay, yeah, but neither of those movies carried the cachet of this. And Winona Ryder,
90,
Winona Ryder was just coming off of Beetlejuice, where she, for some reason, seems so much younger in Beetlejuice than she does just 1 year later, still playing a high school student. But everything about Heathers, it feels like my youth. It feels like my angst. Watching it now again, obviously there are parts that haven't dated well. There are parts that are dated that have dated wonderfully, like the outfits, things that just kind of take me back to another time, when, when the cool kid wore trench coats and stuff like that. But yeah, what stands out the most to me is the dialogue. I think the dialogue's very cleverly written. It's not written hyper real. It's not how kids really talk. It's actually probably a lot closer to how a 30-year-old dude in 1989 would write kids to talk, which is what it is. But it's not dishonest in that sense. It's not.
No, and
it's not someone trying to write kids how they think the kids nowadays talk. Like it doesn't. It's not phony. I don't know exactly how to explain.
No, I will actually say I don't even think it's how a 30-year-old dude in 1988 would have talked either. I think when it was written, I think he wrote it. He took the logic of those characters and their attempt to be cooler than you and more sophisticated than you and too cool for school and teenage jaded, and created a language or a vernacular that didn't exist anywhere. And I think that's the thing that I find most interesting is that, again, it's its own, completely its own thing, but it all has its own internal logic. It all makes, like, you don't question it. Like once you get into it and these characters speak this way and they have their own, like, sort of like, I don't even say slang, but I mean, they speak in such a specific way that you just go with it. Whether it's like, it's like they're like speaking Droogie or something, like it's Clockwork Orange. Like it's just this language. This is the way these people speak, and I'm going with it. And but again, it's very much the thing is like it's this facade that teenagers, I think, will always feel, which is like nobody understands them. They're the only one that really knows the real deal. I'm too cool for school. Like I'm better than everybody. There's just this teenage aspect, that this angst or this arrogance or this like, whatever you want to call it, that I think, is in most things with teens. But this really took that concept and sharpened its edge to a literal lethal point. And I think that it really is what helps make the movie stand out on its own. I don't know if you knew this, but it was actually hard to cast the movie in general, because a lot of people weren't coming out to actually audition for it. You know who was one of the only people to audition for the role of JD?
Who?
Brad Pitt.
Oh, okay. I had heard this. I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, his name comes up quite a bit in this conversation. I'm telling you.
Exactly. And both those names will come up later.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a movie that, like, if I meet somebody who's never seen Heathers, it's one of the ones I feel like, if I know you enough that we can start having a conversation about movies, I can probably assume you'll like it, or at least get something out of it.
I will agree. I'm not recommending Heathers to someone that I don't know. I say
it definitely comes from a very specific point of view. So
yeah, because it's still a hot button sort of movie, and the thing is, at the time, we weren't living in this unfortunate, in the darkest timeline here, where school shootings are rather common, and there actually is no school shooting per se in this movie. There's other things that would equate to it, but this movie, it was a hot button thing at the time because of its relationship to suicide, and like lost none of its teeth to either point.
Well, and that's I read criticism that it makes light or makes fun of teenage suicide, and that's not what the movie's doing at all. In fact, because in fact, it's saying, like, what if it's anything, what it's pointing a finger at is how it's everybody wants to be the center of the story. So, if somebody dies, I was their best, they were my best friend. They meant the world to me. It's more of what society does around, the morbidity of death and, or suicide, specifically. But it's in no ways making light of it. And again, the only character who attempts to commit suicide, who legitimately attempts to commit suicide, is the one that's, the populace has no sympathy for, but it, has her moment at the end, kind of. But it's funny. I guess one of the reasons that, again, because a lot of people, when people got the script, I guess when Winona Ryder got her agent was like, "Don't do this movie; it's going to kill your career." But she had literally just had somebody in her high school, this like gothy kind of girl who was picked on. Literally, the same time as she's reading the script, a girl in her high school killed herself. And again, she, everybody and their mom came out and talked about how great she was and how everybody loved her and stuff. And she was like,
they wouldn't share their tater tots with her, and
exactly, they wouldn't make fun of her.
Yeah.
Now she's exactly. So, and I think I think that's a point that still stands and stuff. So like, and again, like it doesn't, at no point in this movie it doesn't, like some killer couple movies, some of the even more famous ones, you could argue there's a sense of glorification in the violence. This movie starts off as like, oh, it's, and again, because it's a comedy, different things play in different ways, but you start off being like, oh, like, yeah, fuck Heather Chandler, she sucks. And as the more going on, you're like, oh, this is wrong. This guy's a psychopath. He's the bad guy. Like, it doesn't glorify anything. Where some more like dramatic films, you could say, kind of do glorify the violence a little bit, or these killer couples. So, anyways, that's my 2 cents.
If I could add one more thing to Heathers before we move on to the next one, kind of an interesting distinction that I realized watching it was, whenever you're watching a killer couple movie, they're gonna argue. That's part of what it is. Pretty much any gangster story you watch, people are gonna argue, but they don't flip on each other. They don't turn on each other, or if they do, they turn on each other like at the very end. And Heathers actually like plays completely different. Like Heathers actually the entire third act is her turning on JD,
Yeah.
Veronica turning on JD, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing we're watching it is that it was, obviously the message was, very unique at that time and stuff. But even just the way the movie unfolds, the character types, like how the sort of characters unfold, like it's just very unexpected in the way it kind of plays out. Even like with of the two surviving Heather, it's not Heather Duke, it's the other blonde. Everything that happens with her character is so interesting. And like, I think the first few times I watched it when when it was still new to me, like I didn't even really pay attention to her character, her story arc. But like, just, that she's dealing with her own thing. She's like, that whole, when she calls the radio to like, talk about how sad she is, and like that is used against her. Like, there's so much about the movie I said before it was my last 2 cents, but yeah, it structure's really unique and isn't the traditional, if there is a quote unquote traditional teenage black comedy satire about suicide. And I think that's where one of the things that still sticks with me and stuck with me is Winona Ryder and Christian Slater, who are very much, they weren't at this time, but have become synonymous with their era of the late 80s and early 90s, as far as being like heartthrobs and sort of like
Icons, at least, yeah.
yeah, and playing against the traditional Hollywood type, especially for teenagers. Christian Slater is very rebellious, and again, kind of playing into a young James Dean. Yes, he's also copying a different rebellious actor, but they
Who
it's such
who were you thinking of?
we'll get into that in a second.
Okay.
But they have such great chemistry together, and they're very believable together, both as like this love interest, these two people kind of cut up, but then as antagonists to each other, where they like she's trying to stop Jay. Like they have just such a great chemistry, and it's like it's if you rewatch it with fresh eyes, and like I said, I haven't seen it in a while, but the last time I saw it, like there's a lot of like I would love to see those two, in like a role today.
Yeah.
I think they have such great chemistry, and both of them have been, haven't done, as much recently. I know where I was going with that point, but yes, suffice to say, I did that. Now that will be my last 2 cents.
All right. Well, keeping up with my tradition, I'm going to take us further back into time again. But this time, and I don't think this is going to be any surprise to anybody, this is on my list, because if there's a brand name to killer couples, the brand name is Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah.
And so I picked 1967's Bonnie and Clyde, directed by Arthur Penn and written by David Newman, Robert Benton, and polished by Robert Towne. So a pretty good screenwriting pedigree.
Yes.
Now, when was the last time you saw Bonnie and Clyde?
A few years ago, less than a decade ago, but probably almost about 7 or 8 years ago. Maybe it might have been. Again, I won't rewatch stuff constantly, so it's hard to keep track. But it's been a while. But fresh enough in my memory that it was a movie the first time. I'm pretty sure I saw it with you for the first time. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a while. But it's definitely still a movie that's fresh in my brain.
This is one that I feel like I didn't see it when I was a kid, but I saw it when I was like a late teenager. And then it just kind of felt like it was part of my film education in a way, because, kind of coming of age in the 90s and starting to read film books that weren't necessarily, just Fangoria magazine related, and discovering Scorsese and that whole period of my life, and ransacking the video store for anything I could find that was 60s, 70s, or 80s. And as I started to like read more, film history books of the time, I'm sure a lot of it is different now. I'm sure that if people were going back and looking at like books about like the most important films in history, at least I would hope that there would be more contemporary stuff. But Bonnie and Clyde was still one of the films that was like mentioned as frequently as like one of the top 10 movies that changed the face of cinema. And it was kind of weird watching it again recently, and just kind of, it always felt a little quaint, but it's never felt this quaint before. And it's not that it's aged poorly. I still say it's an amazing movie, but I think it would be kind of hard for younger people to look at this and see just how radical it is if you don't understand the time around it. But I mean, kind of what's funny about Bonnie and Clyde in a sense is that the violence in it, which everyone knows the ending where they're riddled with bullets, and there's little kind of outbursts throughout. There's you know something happens to the Buck character, I'll say. But also there's a guy who's like shot in the face about midway through the movie, but you can see the special effect, and it's kind of cheesy looking, but it was shocking to mainstream audiences at the time, and I think that that's where the distinction comes in as to why Bonnie and Clyde particularly was so important, because by 1967, like the entire H.G. Lewis Blood trilogy had already come and gone from the drive-in. In fact, it was probably circulated for another 10 years after that, but it had been released into the world, and exploitation had shown all sorts of sex and violence, but here was a movie from Warner Brothers that had this new sensibility, and a lot of that credit really goes to Warren Beatty, who I don't know if a lot of people know this. I'm actually a huge Warren Beatty fan. Like, he's one of those people who I'll watch anything he's in. I'll watch anytime. I even kind of liked Rules Don't Apply, that one that he did as Howard Hughes a few years ago. But he was really on the mark with this, and he was a young guy. He was still in his 20s, and Warner Brothers allowed him to produce this movie at that age, and they gave him like 40% of the gross, which shows that Warner Brothers didn't really have a lot of confidence in this. In fact, I found out later that maybe it wasn't this movie, but they kind of dumped it. The studio just kind of like threw it out into the wild to fend for itself, and the first few reviews were nothing but commenting on the sex and violence, and then a couple of months later it finally started to get some positive reviews, and Beatty actually talked Warner Brothers into re-releasing it, and that's where it found its cultural footing. Now that it was being respected by critics, and some people were starting to understand this wasn't an exploitation movie, and that there was something kind of wonderful here that was different from what you might expect from Warner Brothers, especially in a gangster movie from Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers was to gangsters what Universal was to monsters back in the day, and Beatty was the one who, like I said, he got it re-released. He also fought for it along the way. He was kind of the one who ran with the idea that rather than base this on the Warner Brother gangster movies and make kind of a throwback, he and the writers, David Newman and Robert Benton, who also wrote Superman the movie, they all decided basically they wanted to make a French movie. And I don't know if you're a big fan of the late 50s, early 60s French gangster aesthetic, which is very style over substance. They're wearing like pristine suits, and everything is just super cool, open sexually, and Europe was already expanding, what kind of violence was allowed on screen, Italy especially, but it was Beatty who fought for this with Jack Warner. There was a kind of a legendary story about a time when Jack Warner called Warren Beatty to his office. This is obviously back when Jack Warner was still in charge and studios were run by people who shared their last names with the studio. But he was upset that this wasn't being treated as a classic Warner Brother gangster movie. He felt that's what he had been sold on. And so he was trying to push Beatty to do something a little more traditional. And Beatty was stubborn, stood his ground, and finally Jack Warner said, "You see that water tower over there above the studio?" If anyone knows Warner Brothers studio, it's got a huge water tower above it with the WB logo on it. And he says,
"It's where the Animaniacs were kept."
Yes, exactly. That was their storage spot. But yeah, he pointed to the water tower from the window in his office, and he said, "What do you think that WB stands for?" And Beatty, without skipping a beat, just said Warren Beatty, which Jack Warner didn't particularly care for, but I think he at least kind of got what Beatty was saying in terms of maybe the new generation had something here. It had been a while since really any of the studios had had any major hits. It's not entirely unlike the way it is right now, but Beatty got to push through and he got to make his vision. Interesting, similar to Rope, there was originally going to be a homosexual element to this movie as well, or at least a bisexual element with the character of C.W. Moss. For those, I've been rambling as if people just automatically know the story of Bonnie and Clyde, but Clyde Barrow is freshly out of prison and happens upon a young woman that he kind of has a love at first sight moment with, a mutual one, and he kind of woos her into taking off with him to leave town and to live an exciting life of crime. And so Bonnie and Clyde start to make headlines as a real life killer couple, although at this point they weren't killers. And they were smart, actually. They decided that they needed a mechanic along the way. They needed somebody who could be their driver and who could take care of the car and all of that. So they enlisted, within the movie anyways, they enlisted the help of this gas station attendant named C.W. Moss, played by the great Michael J. Pollard, one of my all-time favorite character actors. And he rides along with them and he becomes very close. And within the movie, he almost becomes almost as if he's a surrogate child, which is an interesting position because, well, I'll get into that in a moment later too. But in real life, CW was multiple people. They had multiple people that they, kind of stopped and took on a new partner, and then that person would leave and they'd get somebody else. So CW is actually a mix of all those people. But in the original script, Newman and Benton, the writers, had written that there were threesomes between Bonnie and Clyde and CW. And part of why they did this, first off, the whole French aesthetic, they thought that would be great. And also because there were some stories about whether Clyde was in fact bisexual. There were far more stories about him being impotent.
Yeah.
And contrary to what a lot of stories will try to tell you online, it wasn't actually Warren Beatty who put the kibosh on the gay storyline. Warren Beatty was all for it. Warren Beatty was definitely a ladies' man and was 100% secure in his sexuality. He wasn't entirely secure in his artistic legacy yet, and he felt like that was maybe something that would bring that to him. And he wanted to do what he thought was best for the film. Ultimately, they wanted a French movie so bad, when they were searching for directors, they even went to Francois Truffaut, who almost directed it. Came very, very close and helped work with the script. I don't know if this is before or after Robert Towne got involved, but apparently it was actually Truffaut who said, I don't think you should make Clyde gay. And he said the reason being because this is the United States and you're asking people for kind of the first time in a mainstream film to root for the killers, to root for the bank robbers and hope that they get away in the end. And by making him gay, you'll maybe alienate a certain portion of the audience, which in 1967 was true. And in 2023, unfortunately, it's still true in terms of how films are marketed. I would say at this point, push through and just, let the public catch up. But in 1967, like, this is even more, people who are allies now at that time might not have been. But at that point, when they cast CW, they actually went with Michael J. Pollard because poor boy is so freaky looking already that they just figured there would be no attraction between Warren Beatty and Michael J. Pollard, or Faye Dunaway and Michael J. Pollard for that matter. But Beatty agreed, why don't we just make him impotent instead, and we'll use that as a crux for the storytelling. Before I take up all the oxygen again here, there's one more thing I want to point out. Well, there's just one more thing I want to mention. I'll let you run. I'll set it up and I'll let you run with it because you will know instantly what I'm talking about. Another great thing about Bonnie and Clyde is that it features performances by the two greatest genes that have ever lived. My two favorite genes.
all that competitive genes in Hollywood. Yes, yes, I agreed. If you are a human being with a heart in your chest, you better love Gene Wilder. And if you respect acting and like movies, you better like Gene Hackman. Notoriously, Hackman, not the easiest guy to work with, but great in everything.
San Bernardino boy too, by the way.
San Bernardino. And this is to take nothing away from him, but his relationship with with Warren Beatty and Clyde Barrow is interesting because they're brothers, but his brother and his wife are, simpler folk. It's his wife though that really steals the movie for me, especially his
Estelle Parsons is Blanche.
Yes, Blanche. Yeah, and especially at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And her, notorious wailing. But yeah, Gene, a very young Gene Hackman. How old was Gene in this? Like in his 20s, right?
No, Gene Hackman was actually born 55. It's a little known fact about him. Just came out of the womb with a receding hairline. But no, he was actually I don't know if it was exactly spot on this age, but I know he was in his 30s when he got his start. So,
okay. Yeah,
he looks. He was exactly 30 when he first started acting, but he was definitely in his 30s at this point, and Beatty was in his late 20s, and I would guess probably Faye Dunaway mid to early 20s.
Yeah, I mean he looks like he looks young to me, but yeah, he doesn't have the biggest role in it. Plays like they're like a newlywed couple, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they're complete newlyweds. They're newlyweds to Clyde. Like Clyde hasn't met his brother's wife yet, so there are introductions around, but Clyde's also been in prison, and Buck has been in prison. So we don't exactly know, or I don't off the top of my head know if they are strictly newlyweds or if it's just new to each other. If that makes sense.
So we'll have to do a whole episode of maybe we can do a double Gene episode so that we can talk about the two greatest Genes.
I would love, and there is one other movie that has both Genes in it. Do you know what it is? We've covered it on the show before.
Oh my God, I'm gonna kick myself in the ass. I'm blanking. Why is this? Hold on. No, I can remember this. It's shit. I don't. I mean, I know it, and I know we've talked about it, but I'm blanking.
I'll give you another hint. It's a reversal in the roles in the sense that Wilder has the bigger part and Hackman is the cameo.
Tell me what is the genre?
It's definitely a comedy. If I got more specific as to the subgenre.
Oh, never mind. Yes, of course, Young Frankenstein.
Yes.
Yes, he plays the old man. That's right. Yeah, okay. For some reason, I was thinking like, one of Wilder's like buddy movies with Richard Pryor for some reason.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Of course, yeah. One of the greatest, probably my favorite Mel Brooks movie.
Which is my favorite Mel Brooks movie.
Yeah. But, Blazing Saddles is great, but
I enjoy Young Frankenstein more.
Blazing Saddles was my dad's favorite movie, at least his favorite comedy. But his other favorite comedy was Walk Like a Man, the Howie Mandel movie. I've never seen my father laugh as hard in my whole life. He really thought that movie was hysterical. Miss you, Pops. But yeah.
Well, we managed to get Howie Mandel into a conversation about Bonnie and Clyde, so this is a good one for us.
We're doing the Lord's work.
Nothing against Howie Mandel. I actually like Howie Mandel a lot, but keeping on the Gene Hackman here, it's weird to think like it wasn't out of sorts for Hackman to be playing a supporting role at this time. He had done a supporting role with Beatty in the movie Lilith as well, which is I'm sure how Beatty thought of Hackman when he was casting Bonnie and Clyde. But pretty much none of these people were famous at the time that the movie came out. They were all kind of character actors. Like Beatty had Splendor in the Grass, which was a huge hit. But everything else he had done after that, there's like maybe 5 or 6 sort of mid-level films that were pretty good, like solid little melodramas, but nothing that really created a huge splash. So Beatty was kind of a star. Faye Dunaway was nobody. Gene Hackman was as well known as Michael J. Pollard at that point, or Estelle Parsons. And this was Gene Wilder's first film, although Gene Wilder, it should be noted, is in like 2 scenes. He's a very small character.
I was going to say, that's yes.
But
he was the one
that cameo, though. It was like literally his first tiny little role.
So that I meant, I think this entire time when I kept saying, I was talking about Wilder, not Hackman, because he's the newlywed in it, right? When did they pick up?
Oh yeah, I don't have the direct answer for that either. But Bonnie and Clyde and their in-laws, Buck and Blanche, they steal his car. That's what it is. And he chases after them, trying to act big for his, I'm not sure if it's his girlfriend or new wife or what.
Again, yeah, I think it's they're newlyweds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think they're newlyweds, but they don't know each other real super well. Like, because what keeps on popping into my head is that they're talking later, and his wife or girlfriend says she's like 33, and he looks at her surprised, like,
Yeah, surprised. Yeah.
like she'd been lying about her age. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm sure that was very common back then, but you know, it's a really funny scene. They end up getting kidnapped, quote unquote kidnapped, or I guess technically on the law books, kidnapped by Bonnie and Clyde. But they end up having a blast. They're telling jokes and eating hamburgers, and by the time the scene's coming to its close, like Wilder is comfortable enough around them to be complaining about the cook on his burger. And they're just having a grand old time until Bonnie asks him what he does for a living, and he says he's an undertaker. And then she just says, "Stop the car," and they drop them off on the side of the road and take off. And amazingly enough, this movie's full of inaccuracies, which I'm sure is a surprise to exactly nobody. But one of the things that is accurate is that Bonnie and Clyde really did kidnap this couple that was, you know, an undertaker and his wife, and that was the reason why they got kicked off on the side of the road. But in a weird twist of fate, this is internet research, so maybe I should take this with a huge grain of salt, but apparently he was the undertaker who ended up dealing with the bodies of Bonnie and Clyde when they were
Get out of here.
done. Yeah.
That would be bizarre.
I mean, it's a great story, but as I'm telling it out loud, I'm like, yeah, this does sound like internet BS, but
it sounds like something that you'd hear on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Right? I mean, there's so many weird things about this. I mean, Blanche was still alive and sued them when this movie came out. When you think about the timing of it, I mean, there's more time between us now and when Bonnie and Clyde came out than there was when Bonnie and Clyde was made and when Bonnie and Clyde actually were like on their crime spree. But Hackman also told a story about the time when he was on set and some like old buzzard just kind of blurts out to him out of nowhere, "Buck would never wear that hat." And he just kind of nods at him and goes, "Maybe. Who are you?" And the guy says, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm a barrow." So it was one of Buck and Clyde's relatives.
That's crazy.
It's just like, yeah, Buck would never wear that hat. I also have to say about Hackman in that movie, and I mean, I guess this is a spoiler, but once again, spoilers for movies that are like over 50 years old, I don't really count it, especially if it's based on a true story. But Hackman gives one of those amazing death performances that certain actors, I would say Tom Sizemore was like this too in Saving Private Ryan. You shoot them and it's like a bear. It just like it pisses them off. He died like an animal in the backseat of that car, you know? I mean, it took like hours and hours. He got shot in the fucking head and he kept on going. Some of my favorite stuff in the movie, you know, because it's just so powerful. And really drives home that like for all the fun and banjo picking that's going on for the first half of the movie, you know, this is leading towards a very violent ending.
Yeah.
And this was before Butch and Sundance or any of the other things that had kind of popularized the violent ending. So but yeah,
or I mean
that sequence though, like it's so just brutal and painful. And Blanche being at least partially blinded in the same incident, escaping from the police, and her going through what she's going through while her husband is bleeding from the head and like rambling about his shoes to his brother. Oh, before I forget, actually, again, speaking of the casting of this movie, do you know who was cast or almost cast as Bonnie before Warren Beatty got involved?
No idea.
Shirley MacLaine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Bonnie was going to be Warren Beatty's sister. And I think this actually continued for a little bit when he signed on too, because he was just going to produce it and he hadn't signed on yet to play Clyde, but they couldn't find anybody else to play Clyde. I know when he first signed on, Beatty really wanted Bob Dylan to play Clyde, which would have played into the whole folk hero thing, and which it does anyways. But yeah, as soon as Beatty took on the role of Clyde, he kind of had to, like, I wonder if that was an awkward moment. "Hey, sis, get out of the car. I'm in taking over the movie." But he went with Faye Dunaway, who was a revelation, and she's one of my all-time favorite actresses. And she's perfect here. The story of Bonnie and Clyde is really Bonnie's arc. Clyde, much like Louise and Thelma and Louise, Clyde kind of had his arc before the movie started, and we're watching Bonnie change from being like the bored girl sitting alone in her mama's house to suddenly being this hotshot gangster, writing poetry about herself and sending it into the newspapers, which was also real. She's reading the real Bonnie's poetry in the movie. And I feel like Faye Dunaway gets a bad rap in terms of her on-set behavior. I'm sure at times she could be difficult. That's not the problem, I'm going to say. But I can tell you right now, I've read a lot about Warren Beatty. I've read biographies. Warren Beatty can be very difficult too. Like, he's a perfectionist. And that's what we call, like, quote unquote, that's what we call men who are difficult on set, perfectionists. Yeah. But a woman that's a perfectionist on the set, we call them a bitch. So I think Faye Dunaway is ready for like a re-examination. I would like to read a biography on her, because I get a feeling that all she was ever guilty of was kind of being like all the other big stars, the other pushy stars like Beatty or Nicholson or even Paul Newman would sometimes, want take after take, or want things done his way, not the director's way. I think that's all Faye Dunaway was really guilty of. I feel like the world owes her an apology. It's a little bit of a non sequitur, but
no, I mean, I think it's Hackman's a great example. Like, Hackman was somebody who was notoriously difficult, but but respected. Yeah. But like, as an actress, if you're difficult, you're considered difficult, and then you get tossed aside. I don't condone anybody being difficult. When working on a group project per se, like, even with perfectionism, like I feel like that's an excuse that only goes so far. But
I agree. I'm saying that we need to spread that blame around and stop
absolutely,
placing it squarely on Faye Dunaway. And
again,
she respects her process that much.
Yes, I agree 1,000%.
So do you have anything to add to Bonnie and Clyde before we move on? I mean, I'm sure I'll think of 10 different things I wish I'd said, because this was a big movie for me, as the time goes on. But
yeah, I mean, you touched upon, the fact that while, again, I haven't seen it in, recent memory, but, there's it probably seems more quaint now than it ever has, especially, with how violent everything is. Television has become even.
But this movie's not even as hardcore as an episode of like CSI, like not nearly.
Yeah. But how influential it was at the time, even how you said it owed a lot to French films, but it impacted American cinema and the new wave of American cinema huge. The criticism I've heard over the years in, like film studies or like from, critics, is that the plot structure is sort of this happens and then this happens and then this happens, and that the actions aren't really driving a sort of narrative plot. It's more of like, we're watching these people do these things. But I think that's part of what made it, unique. I don't have a problem with that, but I could see that as being a legitimate criticism, is that there's nothing outside of just the circumstances of what's happening to them. There's nothing, the only through line for the majority of the film that I can think of is literally just the relationship between Bonnie and Clyde and his impotence and like her frustration with that, but and her sort of sexual, appetites, which again was very, very daring of its time.
Yeah, sexual. I mean, it's very heavily. I mean, almost to the point you would say explicitly implied that she goes down on him at one point in an attempt to cure that impotence. Yeah. That had not been seen in a mainstream movie either. So it wasn't just the blood and guts. You're absolutely right.
No, and the one thing I really enjoyed about the movie is that you can definitely see it. Like, I think, and you've been integral to this. Like, if you at any point kind of become fascinated with American cinema or cinema in general, but like that specific era, what they kind of call the new American cinema, like this sort of 70s filmmaking, that how important Bonnie and Clyde was to that and how influential it was to that. I've heard that it doesn't hold up. Like I said, I haven't seen it in forever, or not, in enough that I ever felt that way. but as far as it not holding up, but I can say like without question that it's I will never forget the first time seeing it and how it wasn't what I expected. Because again, I mean, I still remember seeing the Bonnie and Clyde, their real car full of bull holes in Laughlin, Nevada.
I don't think it's still there anymore. It was there for a long time.
Long time,
I think
yeah.
it moved to another museum now.
I mean, I haven't been to Laughlin, Nevada, and I don't even know how long. But as a kid, it was so like, it's weird. Is it weird to say special? But
I mean, it's like so many other things. It's kind of a time machine,
Yeah.
It takes you to that time and place, and it was. I will say this: I don't think that they would have had that car in Laughlin as a showpiece had it not been for the movie. I think they were obviously huge in American folklore. I mean,
yep.
Bank robbers from the Old West, those stories were being retold during this period a lot too, and that's where you really get star making out of Billy the Kid and Jesse James and some of these other kind of bad people that were getting, that were getting a lot of positive press and storytelling that painted them in a different light because nobody liked the Banks. And Bonnie and Clyde were like the real live thing at the time during the Depression, and you don't hear about it anymore. This doesn't exist anymore. But that whole period of these names that sound like movie names because they are movie names, but were real people: Bonnie and Clyde, Babyface Nelson, John Dillinger, all these people were taking on the Banks, and the public was ready to cheer them on because the Banks were strangling the public, and a lot of them just saw it as hey, why not? If someone will help me escape because I say I'm doing this for them, then great. I don't think Bonnie and Clyde were doing it for any kind of a statement. I don't think they intended to ever hurt anybody, and that's covered in the movie as well. I mean, when they do finally shoot somebody, when Clyde has to shoot somebody to escape, I mean, you feel it in the group, like you feel it between the three of them, Bonnie, Clyde, and CW. It's actually a weird sort of turning point in the movie because it goes from a laughing point. They're robbing a bank, and so CW goes to Parallel Park, which we don't know why. It was just a dumb mistake that CW made. Like he wanted to see if he could parallel park this car that wasn't his. And then they come running out of the bank. They can't find the car. He's crashing against bumpers to try to get them out of there. And that is what affords the time for someone to run up to the car and for Clyde to have to shoot them. And so the next sequence, they've gone to like hide out in the movie theater, which was, I think, pretty common for these people, for bank robbers and such. It was a good place to lay low where the lights are supposed to be off. And they're watching, I don't know which movie. It's one of the Gold Diggers movies from the 30s, the one with the money in it.
We're in the money. Yep.
Which is just to remind people that we're in a depression, really. And Clyde is just berating CW, and you see CW's face, and he just looks broken because he knows that if he hadn't have made that dumb move, the person wouldn't have had to get shot. And there's a whole, like, obviously the real blame goes on all of them for robbing a bank in the first place.
Yeah.
As far as what the movie plays it up as, it's a lot of blame of like, if you hadn't done this, and I don't think you get that in a lot of other kind of gangster movies from that period or from any period, this remorse over the first death and not wanting to, like, just wanting to go out and have fun. Like, let's rob banks for shits and giggles. I think that it's on record that I think Bonnie and Clyde robbed more grocery stores than banks. So they weren't in it for the glory. They were in it for the chicken dinners. I liked the approach to it, and that's why I say it's kind of a turning point in that scene, because you're laughing at him parallel parking thing. This is so stupid. And then suddenly Clyde has to shoot somebody, and you go into that movie theater scene, and the movie never regains quite the lighthearted tone it had before.
Yeah. And that kind of plays into another movie that I'll talk about in a little bit, but like how important tone is to some of these films, and how, so I might as well just, this is sort of the perfect time.
Let's get into it.
Neither of us chose Natural Born Killers.
I did. I did.
Oh, did you? Oh, yes. I for some reason I didn't think you did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, never mind. But but I'll still make my point. How tone is important to these movies, and you still have to relate. Like, I mean, traditionally, when you have movies about sort of anti-heroes, basically, at this point, we'll just say criminals. Tone is really important because if it's just 90 minutes, 2 hours of a bad person doing bad things and the tone is really heavy, you have a different type of movie on your hands. But if it's about a couple and about the bond two people share, tone is going to be really important. It's going to be important, how the audience relates to the characters. It's about when it to juxtapose it to when the shit really happens, because inevitably in all these movies the shit is going to hit the fan. And that's the one thing I kind of enjoyed specifically about some of these films, is that there is a playfulness. There is it's definitely even though we didn't choose it, Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, there some heavy shit happens in that movie, but it's got this beautiful light. I mean, even with raindrops keep falling on my head, it's an interesting thing, and we'll talk about it more in a different movie that I chose.
All right. Well, and I'll point out in Butch and Sundance, I would say the moment that the tone completely changes is when they're in Bolivia and Etta leaves them to go back home. So as soon as Etta's gone, we know that, okay, because she even told them, I'm not going to be around to watch you die. So now that she's gone, we know that they're ready to die.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because when people say, you said it already when you were talking about that Bonnie and Clyde is sort of the litmus. It's it's the mile marker from somebody says killer couple movies, or it's known for certain things and it's known for having a huge impact. But one other criticism though, before I forget, because I just remembered, I've heard a lot of people say that Bonnie is it's sort of her movie, and that we see everything kind of more from her point of view, and that Clyde is sort of kind of underwritten, or he's not, whether it's Warren Beatty's acting or if it's the role itself, but that he doesn't get as much meat on the bone as Faye Dunaway does with Bonnie. And that's not my experience, but I've seen that criticism lobbied a few times, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or if that's something that you feel is has some sort of credibility to it.
Well, for one thing, I think that any two-hander, and that's what these are called, two-handers when there's two stars. I shouldn't say any, but the vast majority of two-handers, there's still a lead. There's you get more of a feeling for Butch than you do for Sundance, for example.
Yeah.
It's a marginal thing. I think that Beatty has plenty to play with that's complex in this. It's his brother that gets slaughtered and shot like a fucking grizzly bear.
Yeah.
It's him that pulls the trigger when they first kill somebody. I mean, that is meaty enough on its own. It's him dealing with the fact that he's now a murderer, and you can read a lot on his face. They have kind of discussions about the impotence, but it's really his reactions to the way that his face contorts, the way that he changes the subject all of a sudden. Those are acting decisions too. Those are things that he's dealing with, that he's he knows that he's making her unhappy in certain ways and wants to change it, obviously, and there's not much he can do about it. But I will say, in terms of the character, if we're talking about the arc of the character, there is a moment in the movie towards the end that I think kind of proves that Clyde doesn't have the arc. He's not passive in this story. He's got a meaty character to play, but he's not the one that goes from something to something else. Because towards the end, Bonnie, they're alone, and Bonnie's kind of musing about if you had it all to do over again, would you do it differently? And her perspective on that is would we settle down, have kids? And instead he starts responding well, I think we'd probably live in one state and rob banks in other states. So he's not saying I would change this, XYZ so that we could be together forever and have a more peaceful existence. He's looking at it from a strategic level of well, we're obviously cornered because we took this decision when we were in our bank robbing, but if I had it all to do over again, I would probably just rob banks different.
Yeah.
I think that says a lot of what needs to be said about Clyde, and that's moving towards the end of the movie. So you're seeing that he hasn't really grown. And in fact, the point of that is for Bonnie to see that he hasn't really grown.
Hasn't grown. Yeah. Well said. But yeah, great choice. I mean, I felt like this whole episode wouldn't have been valid if neither of us hadn't chosen it. And
it
again,
is one of my favorite. I think people who think it didn't age well, it's not that they're wrong. I think Bonnie and Clyde, rather than a matter of importance, has moved to being a little bit more of a matter of taste. So if you want to learn film history, yes, you should know Bonnie and Clyde. But if you just love movies, it's up to you whether you're going to love this one or not.
Yeah, for real. Which, I mean, I've had this thing that's, sort of happened as I've gotten older, which is, somebody says they don't like something that I consider a classic or something that, I've always held in high regard. My earlier instinct was to, be like, how dare you? This is a masterpiece. And you just don't. I try to like realize that, cultures change, people change, attitudes change. People are allowed to obviously have their own opinion, but also what I might consider, a masterpiece, is probably impacted because of how I came across that piece of art, how regarded it was when I heard about it, and maybe that plays into it as well, some sort of natural born respect for it, or I hold it in high regard because I knew it was people who I held in high regard had a high value opinion of it. So, but I will say, like, when I read things that say like, something like Bonnie and Clyde is overrated, it still does bother me. Like I can't help but because again I think about
part of me that flinches. I'm like, no, you just don't understand it.
Yeah, and again, it's whether or not that's the mature response is I feel like it's still my response. So
the only reason I said what I said is because I'm trying to work through that myself.
Yeah, I feel, and that's the thing is I know I almost like I knew that. I think we're very on the same page as far as that goes.
Yeah. Plus, I love the tagline on this movie. They're young, they're in love, and they kill people. I wish it was a tagline for a different movie because I don't feel like the story of Bonnie and Clyde is about them not wanting to be murderers.
Yeah.
But it is essentially true, and it's a great tagline. It's a
great tagline.
Marketing genius on that one. Anyway, I think we're probably ready to move on to something else before we run. We're already running quite long on this.
Yes, we are. So we'll make this quick. So for the next movie I chose, I was going to talk about the other movie, last movie I chose, but since I just recently was talking about Christian Slater, might as well finish my Christian Slater thoughts and talk about True Romance, which, before I kind of get into the meat of it. When we sort of are exposed to certain things at the right age, at the right time, at the right life experience, they sort of become really formative and they stay with you. And for me, one of those movies specifically is True Romance. I saw it at a time when I worked in a comic book store. Clyde works in a comic book store.
Clyde, Clarence.
Clarence. Sorry, I'm still thinking of Clyde. Yes, Clarence. He works in a comic book store. Like, to me, it was like sort of like the fates aligned, and I had this movie that was sort of my movie a little bit. In the intervening years, it wasn't that successful when it came out. Tarantino wasn't a household name. When the script was sold, and then he wrote it. It was famously directed by Tony Scott, and I think it's still Tony Scott's best movie. And I think
agree with you, and I say that as a Tony Scott fan.
Same, but I don't think any material he worked with was as rich.
And I would rather see a True Romance sequel than a Top Gun sequel if we're talking Tony Scott movies. Just
10,000%, yes. Quentin Tarantino has become kind of much like a Rob Zombie. I only equate the two in how
finish this thought. I'm not sure where this is going.
They have their detractors,
but Rob Zombies are right.
Well, yeah. Well, I agree with that. I can say that I think as much as I truly dislike a lot of Rob Zombie movies, I can say that I think he has. Let's not where this is not. Well, this is already a long podcast. I will say my Rob Zombie thoughts, which are mostly hypercritical, but I do have to give him a few points. But
yeah, anyways, I agree.
Yeah, but with that said, Quentin Tarantino has become shorthand for popular American cinema and like the sort of mining of pop culture references and a certain type of dialogue. I mean, his influence is huge. Like he is the biggest most impactful American director since Scorsese, and I don't feel any. I mean, he's his own brand. And when you say a Quentin Tarantino movie, despite the completely different films that he's done, a lot of his movies have very similar themes, very similar archetypes, and this movie sort of has a lot of that.
Yeah.
But the one thing I think that it has more than a lot of his other films is kind of a heart on its sleeve. I mean, it's called True Romance, and I think, even though I think, most people wouldn't consider it a traditional romantic movie, there's so much of the sentiment to it that is really truly optimistic and truly romantic, and very, characters, Clarence and Alabama truly accept each other. Like, immediately they accept each other for their faults and for their histories, and their love for each other like never waver. There's something very sweet about this movie that is the first thing I think of. Now, it's got violence, it's got all the crazy
it's got Bronson Pinchot getting blown in a car before he gets coke blown in his face.
Cone all over his face. Exactly.
It's got everything.
Yeah, it's got a white pimp, which kind of steals the whole movie.
Gary Oldman says that and Oswald and JFK are the two best roles he ever played. I don't know how long ago he said that. That was definitely before he won the Oscar. But my guess is that Oldman probably stands by that. Just knowing about Oldman.
I mean, honestly, I literally can't imagine him. I mean, it's such a great role. Like, it's just such a great role. And Drexel. Yep. One of the greatest lines in movie history is like, "I know I'm pretty, but I ain't as pretty as a pair of big titties." God bless you, Drexel. But yeah, it's so basic story is this, Clarence is this sort of, kind of, he's definitely one of the more transparent Tarantino stand-ins, where this is the guy that Tarantino wishes he was, because he's a movie nerd and a comic book nerd, but he's super cool and he sort of sees himself as Elvis. But, he's basically, all he does is like, he doesn't. So it's his birthday and his boss decides to hire a prostitute to sort of pretend to hit on him in a movie theater.
As bosses do.
What's up? Exactly. As bosses, as somebody who worked in a comic book store, I can tell you that's based fully in reality. But it's that he's one of my favorite Tarantino kind of set piece sort of moments is that they meet at a Sonny Chiba Street Fighter trilogy screening, which is to me the height of romance too. So good on you.
It was how I knew I loved this movie, and it happened so quickly.
Yep. Same. So what ends up happening is they, what's supposed to be just like, a trick for Alabama turns into they really do like each other. And as they get to know each other, he finds out he's only her like third trick and stuff, and that she's doesn't want to be doing this. So being a true romantic, he decides, look, I'm gonna go talk to your pimp and free you from his evil white boy pimp clutches. And that's when the shenanigans happen. So they get on the run from the mob, and that's really where the killer couple. The one thing I like about this movie is that this isn't a movie about anything more than two people in love and caught in the circumstances that they don't want to be in. And any violence that happens after that is not through malice or anything other than Clarence trying to free the woman that he loves. I mean, famously, it's got a phenomenal cast. James Gandolfini has a role in this. In fact, it's, I remember what was one of the hardest scenes to watch for a long time for me was when it's phenomenal. I mean, it's phenomenal, but it's very violent and, but the violence is on, serves a purpose. But it's got
the scene taking care of Drexel is like a walk in the park.
Absolutely.
Gandolfini
and yeah, exactly. And I will say one thing is, if you watch this movie and you don't end up having some kind of crush on Alabama Worley and Patricia Arquette, I don't know who you are, because like she's, one thing that Tarantino said that I found was interesting on the commentary was that, people think like, oh, Alabama Worley is like his, it's Tarantino's like dream woman. And he's like, no, like my dream woman would be smart. And, Alabama's not smart. He's like, she's not stupid, but she's more of an emotionally driven person, as opposed to an intellectually driven person. And it's funny because, like, while that's kind of rude on one hand, I can sort of see she's such an honest person, like, despite her circumstances. She's just very honest about who she is, and she truly loves Clarence. In fact, there's a moment where like he's like basically telling her like when they really are, it happens very fast, as it does in movies, where they realize they're in love with each other, a few hours into a date, where he basically tells her like, like, if you're lying to me, I'm gonna, it's gonna be the end of me. And she's like, no, I'm not lying to you. And in fact, I'll never, from this point forward, I'll never lie to you again. And I don't know why that of everything from the film affects me the way that it does, but to me that's I believe that from her character, and that speaks of her character, like how honest and I don't know, just maybe I'm reading far more into it than than it's earned or whatever, but it's just
I think you're supposed to, because they call it true romance, so you're supposed to
that's true
analyze what is so truly romantic about this, and it is. It's their undying devotion towards one another, their acceptance of who the other is, the idea of fuck the past, there's only future.
Yep. That's the one thing that I think makes why I love Clarence so much, is that this is a guy that in another movie, when the girl that he finds out was really a prostitute and was kind of tricking him, there would have, in most other films, he would have had a moment where he's like, what, you're a prostitute? Oh, like, or, had some sort of like recoil or, been upset. But, Clarence is very accepting. He's like, that's fine. Like,
I knew this was too good to be true.
Yeah. Yeah. And at no point does he ever, like, there's just a beautiful, I don't know. There's so much of the film that I find to be, I hate when people say, oh, it's a romance movie for a guy, because I feel like that's insulting in many ways. But I think that Tarantino definitely has a point of view, and, it's not necessarily for everybody. I mean, despite the fact he's one of the, most successful, directors of all time, as far as like maybe not monetarily, but as far as like critical reaction and fandom.
There's nobody like him working today, and,
no.
He's, and kind of the backlash that you spoke about earlier towards Tarantino by some people at this point, it reminds me actually very much of kind of the similar backlash that was thrown at Spielberg at a certain point. Whenever someone is treated like their
shit don't stink,
the biggest deal, the king shit of fuck mountain, basically, it's actually good for them to be taken down a peg or two, not taken down personally, but in terms of like audience reaction. That's why we say what we say about people like Stanley Kubrick. As much as I love Kubrick movies, and some of my all-time favorite movies, nobody is as brilliant as people say Stanley Kubrick is. And Spielberg was in that air, and Tarantino is now in that air. And so, people are coming out and pointing things out. To me, it doesn't make me like him any less or any less interested in seeing what he does next. I still get excited when there's a Tarantino film.
Same. And in fact, I think he's only gotten better. I think I truly believe that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's his best movie. And
I agree. I love that. Like, that movie really hit me.
Same, 100%. And but with that point, though, it kind of walks me right into what the point I was going to make is, for some reason, this feels like in one way his most complete picture, or his most kind of encapsulate what his cinematic vision was, because it's full of cool characters and it's full of crazy dialogue and, like, character moments, because there's a lot of character moments in this where very famously the Sicilian monologue,
yes.
The brilliant cameo young Brad Pitt character, who kind of does steal the entire movie, and that's not hyperbole or like revisionist history. If you saw that movie when it was new, everybody talked about Floyd. The stoner. Yeah, Floyd. Don't patronize me, man. So and I think that's, it's such an incredible feat for, a young filmmaker like he was at that point to be able to have such a complete vision, especially for somebody like Tony Scott to sort of translate it so well, translate his vision so well. It holds up still to this day that like, and everybody will do that thing where it's like, oh, how cool would this have been if Tarantino had directed it? And to this day, I'm like, I don't want to know what it would have been like if he directed it. I think the thing that makes it work is that it's, first of all, it's a very well shot movie. It's well edited. It moves at a great pace. A lot of the creative choices I don't think would have been Tarantino's choices possibly. And I think Tony Scott at that point did such a phenomenal job with it. I think there's really no reason to sort of, imagine a world where Tarantino had directed it.
Well, let me put this out there as kind of an example to prove your point. And I don't have, this isn't speaking from something I've heard. It's just kind of intuitively what I know about the two artists. It takes Quentin Tarantino to write a story where the main character talks to Elvis in the bathroom to give him a pep talk. It's Tony Scott that blurs Elvis's face.
See, okay, that was literally going to be the point I was going to make, which is that you never see his face. I feel like Tarantino would have definitely shown his face, but then again,
especially if you have Val Kilmer. I mean,
exactly, who you feel like could have probably been a passable Elvis.
But he was. We just didn't see his face.
Yeah, but again, like I said, I obviously from this review you can see I have a lot of reverence for this movie, but again, I don't. As much as I love, all the cool moments and the funny dialogue and all the stylistic choices, I love it because I genuinely love the love story of it and what the characters go through, and the fact that there is a happy ending, and the fact that like these two characters go through all this crazy stuff, that they aren't, again, this isn't Bonnie and Clyde. They're only doing this because they got caught in a situation that they're trying to get out of. But at the end of the day,
they're a little sneaky too.
Well, okay, because you're talking about the cocaine.
Yes. I'll let you talk about the cocaine, but
they're stuck with this cocaine, and they're so yeah. I mean,
so they're not going to snort it all. So
yeah. So they basically, that's where the crux of the last act is. They're basically trying to sell this cocaine that he got from Drexel to a movie producer. And he lies and says it was, I think, they got it from a crooked cop or something like that.
Yeah.
And it goes wrong. And the
situation they explain now that I think, like, this is only dawning on me now, and this is a Tarantino thing. The situation with the cop almost sounds vaguely familiar to the situation with Gene Hackman as the cop in Cisco Pike, where he was conning Chris Christopherson to sell pot for him. Not because he was a bad cop, because he'd been a good cop and was about to lose his pension due to an illness, and was now trying to secure some money because the force was going to let him down. That's not the exact situation that Clarence explains in the BS, but it's close enough. I'm willing to bet that Cisco Pike was one of the
influence.
One of the fun things about Tarantino is like, where did Tarantino get this?
Yeah.
Some people hate that. I love that about him.
No, and the thing is, like, look, the one to go on that, and that's one thing I will say about this movie is that to me, this definitely does feel like, this isn't a remake of City on Fire. It's not using an old spaghetti Western. This is like, while, like you said, he's definitely going to have his inspirations and things that he's pulling from. I feel like this is purely 100% from the id of Tarantino. But yeah, I love that about him too. As a film fan, like I said, when you throw in a reference to the Street Fighter movie series, that's a love letter for a film nerd. But it's also, it's. I don't think it's as, some people find that annoying or pretentious or whatever, try hard, hips, whatever derogatory term people will use to describe it. I enjoy it. I'm a fan. But with that said, it's definitely, I think, so this was the point I was going to make. I feel like it's the Tarantino movie to watch if you're not normally a fan of Tarantino. Because I think even though every movie Tarantino has, there's a love story kind of involved. Sometimes it's outright in things like, Django Unchained. Sometimes it's not as outright in things like, maybe Pulp Fiction, although there's, I guess, with Butch and what's her name. But anyways, my point is that, Tarantino definitely, he's not a stranger to telling a love story but there's just so much heart to this. In the heart, it's earned. And I feel like the way that he wrote these two characters, I think works really well. I think the performances are great. I really don't, it's at this point I'm rambling, but this has been a long ass podcast. But I love it. And I think it's a movie that, in fact, I still haven't bought the new edition. I still have. I own it, just not on the Arrow release.
Arrow put out a real pretty 4K. It looks good.
Yeah, I need to get it. But it's a movie I will revisit and rewatch, many, many times in my life. And it was cool to see. Sometimes you kind of live in a bubble and you don't know if the kids are, if what you used to like is cool, is loved, by the next generation. But in the TV show Insecure, one of the characters dresses as Alabama Worley for Halloween, and I really enjoyed that. I thought that was great. So, but yeah, what are your thoughts, Devin, on old True Romance?
Oh man, I grew up on this thing. I always let's see, it came out in '93. I was 14 when it came out. A very formative year. That was when I was starting, as I said before, this is when I was starting to like seek out things like Bonnie and Clyde at the video stores. And this movie there were things about it that I got instantly in terms of references. But one of the things I loved about it, and part of why I think Tarantino is so much fun to watch, is because it's almost like a starter kit for cool movies. Like it was so many things that I was now looking for when I went to the video store because I saw some sort of reference to it in True Romance or in Reservoir Dogs for that matter, because I saw them around the same time, even though they were a couple of years apart. But yeah, this was one of those things. I want to say when I rented it, I watched it like 3 times before it got returned. It was one of the movies. Ultimately, I ended up starting writing my first screenplay literally the night Pulp Fiction came out, but that was set in motion quite a bit when I first saw True Romance, and I already knew I wanted to make movies, but this was pushing me towards this is the kind of thing that would be cool to make. This is something that could be made today. And granted, it's 30 years old now, but we'll ignore that part. But yeah, it was a big influence on my art. It was a big influence on what I thought was cool. I was always a fan of Christian Slater, but this was where it really cemented in my head. Like this is kind of when I stopped seeing him purely as a Jack Nicholson impression, I think.
Okay. I will. Okay. Finish your thought. Then I want to address that one bit.
Okay. Well, in case I don't get to do this in a bit, I'm going to take the opportunity here just to read this cast list, because we've alluded to it. We've made mentions of it, but it's rare that we actually do one that's quite this loaded.
Yes.
So forgive me. There are going to be names here that we've already mentioned, but every name here is worth re-mentioning over and over. We've got Christian Slater, Patricia Arquette, Dennis Hopper, Christopher Walken, Gary Oldman, Samuel L. Jackson, Val Kilmer, Brad Pitt, Bronson Pinchot, Michael Rappaport, James Gandolfini, Saul Rubinek, Tom Sizemore, Chris Penn, and Victor Argo. If that's not the most impressive cast you've ever heard, I'm not entirely sure that you watch enough movies.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing I was going to say is like, there's so many great actors, and every time there's a new scene with these great actors, you're like, oh, this scene steals the movie, and then that keeps happening. So yeah, the
how
cast.
Many times can Dennis Hopper have the best scene in the movie?
Yeah, exactly. I will say though, you brought him up earlier. I feel like poor Bronson Pinchot, he does not between Axel Foley. Yeah, he's phenomenal. He's so great in this, and I felt like he never really got his due because of Balky. But with that said, though,
needs to bring him back into action, because
you know who should? Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, right on. I'm 100% for that, because he is a guy who I think got kind of buried by the quirky characters he started with, because it wasn't just Balky. It was like you said, the character from Beverly Hills Cop as well. Which is another great character, but just so flamboyant and so over the top.
Cartoonish,
yeah. Nobody was willing to take him seriously. And
but man, I do
just doubled down on that. But,
I mean, Balky was so specific. It was almost Mork levels of like
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly. Well, he was an alien. He
yeah,
was the Mork of that show, like he was from the other place. Um,
exactly.
apparently he ad-libbed the scene where he gets pulled over and the coke flies all in his face, which
Oh, really?
still one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a movie. Like, just
Oh, yeah,
like
I agree.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if someone put a camera on me watching that movie. I would probably learn that I probably say "oh shit" every time I see it happen out loud. But his meltdowns towards the end, I don't think this is much of a spoiler again, but I'll try to be a little bit more protective of this one. But the situation where Bronson Pinchot in the last 10-15 minutes of the movie, he's really in the hot seat about something. And he has a couple of really intense moments where his character melts down. And it's like, I feel it. I feel him freaking out. I feel it like in my chest. Like, I get it. I understand what he's feeling, even though I've never been in that situation before. It just seemed very real to me. I'm not
Yeah,
saying I would necessarily react in the same way, but I understand reacting the way he does. And he doesn't get enough credit.
I agree 100%.
So, and Saul Rubinek in that scene is just over the
I
top
was about to say too, fun. Yes, yeah.
as the
He's
coked out producer.
producer. He's like so hateful and so, oh God, dude. Like, and again, there's a, like, at this time, like, Swimming with the Sharks, and there are a lot of Hollywood movies about how evil Hollywood is and how, like, morally bankrupt film producers are and stuff. But I mean, man, just and that's what so works is you have these, like, they're like, they're successful Hollywood people, and they think that I mean, that we think of them as being sophisticated and cool or whatever. We envy these people, guys in Corvettes, doing cocaine and, getting BJs. But, here's this weird, kid from, like, who works at a comic book store, and he's really the cool one. He's I don't know. It's so Tarantino, when I think about it. But just so before I forget, wasn't until probably 2000, I don't know, probably 10 years or so after, like, when this movie came out and I was a fan, that I heard people say, oh, Christian Slater's just copying Jack Nicholson, and I never saw it until somebody pointed it out, and obviously now you can't unsee it. And I mean, Christian Slater has gone on record, right, to say, like, yeah, he loved Jack Nicholson. Who doesn't fucking? If you're an actor, of course you're going to love Jack Nicholson. And
Yeah.
I think he went with the fact that he has similar facial portions to Jack, and his eye, like, he could do things with his eyebrows like Jack. But dude, I used to truly believe that Christian Slater was the coolest dude. Like, if he was in a movie, I wanted to, it's like, Christian Slater's the coolest dude. And I used to love the movie Pump Up the Volume. I don't really like it as much as I used to. I think it's actually kind of dumb. But, as a kid, I loved it. But the thing is, like, even to this day, I can watch a Christian Slater movie, and to me, it's just Christian Slater. Obviously, you can see the Jack Nicholson, influence. But the one thing is, to me, in the annals of there's a few protagonists in films that I'll always love. Lloyd Dobler in Say Anything. Certain characters that will always just be, one of my personal favorite protagonists. Whether it's just because I relate to them, I just love the way that they're written. I love the performance, whatever combination of those factors. But to me, Clarence will always be one of my favorite film protagonists because he's so genuine in who he is, and again, he wants to be cool, but he is cool, and, like, and I don't know, it's a complicated. I mean, this is already a long episode, but I could go at length about how much I love not just Christian Slater in general, but specifically as Clarence. So,
yeah,
anyways,
Clarence is great. The part that he was born to play, even more than
yeah,
JD, which I think is what everyone assumed was the part he was born to play until
yeah,
1993.
yeah, I agree.
But all right, well, in the name of moving things on, we probably should start to press for time here. But I've still got a couple of movies on my list here. We'll try to move past as respectfully as we can. But my next choice is actually The Honeymoon Killers by Leonard Castle. Yeah, sorry, I had to look it up. I almost said William Castle. I knew for a fact that wasn't right.
It was not. Yeah.
But yeah, Leonard Castle wrote and directed The Honeymoon Killers in 1970. It stars Tony LoBianco, Shirley Stoller, and a very young, well, youngish Doris Roberts.
Yeah.
Which most people know from Everybody Loves Raymond. I couldn't care less. I know her from from this and from Taking a Pelham 1-2-3, but I've got to admit I actually have a serious soft spot for Grandma's Boy. Um, which is probably in the future going to date us if people are fans of. There's probably no more 2000s of a comedy than Grandma's Boy.
Yeah.
But have you seen The Honeymoon Killers?
So of all the movies that I wanted to rewatch for this podcast, that was the one, because I remember knowing nothing about it, and like I was living in Alameda and just saw the our local library, which had some of my favorite movies I've seen in recent years, were all rented from the Alameda Public Library. So shout outs to the Alameda Public Library. But they had a copy of it, and I just was like, I knew it was based off of Lonely Hearts murders and stuff. Like, I was like, okay, like, as a true crime fan, that's an interesting story.
Yeah, this is based on a true story.
I mean, knowing that it was a Criterion film, I mean, I should have expected it was going to be great, but it's such a surprising movie in lots of ways, and especially a movie that you never hear about, nobody ever talks about. So I had watched it. I really enjoyed it. In fact, for the longest time, I kept wanting to buy at the time the DVD, and I just sort of forgot about it. And then I hadn't even thought about it until I saw your list. I was like, oh shit, The Honeymoon Killers. That's I wish I could have seen it recently so it was fresh in my memory. But yeah, it's your movie. You talk about it.
Well, I want to get your thoughts on it too, but I'll set it up because it is probably one of the more obscure films on this list, which is unfortunate, but it also makes sense because it's kind of weird in the sense that it has the heart and soul of a art film in the grimy, sleazy body of an exploitation movie.
Film. That's exactly what it is. 100%. That's what it is. And the version I saw, the audio was terrible, and it was like, it was Criterion. So like, I remember constantly being like, what the fuck? Like, what are they saying?
Oh, that sucks because LoBianco's accent is pretty thick too.
Yeah. But I mean, I watch everything with subtitles, thankfully. So, I mean, but I remember the audio. I don't know if that's still an issue. I mean,
I have the DVD, but I confessed I watched it on the Criterion channel to rewatch it for this. My first time seeing it, this is one I'm very thankful for. My first time seeing this movie was in a theater.
Awesome.
It played out in New York, and I knew about it because I had this awesome book. I still have it. One of my tattoos came from it, of movie posters from the 70s. And this was another one of the movies we'll talk about in a minute here. Was my first exposure to it was in that book as well. But Honeymoon Killers was a really interesting poster where it's two people. One of them is a rather large woman. They're in very few clothes, and they're kissing on top of a trunk. And this isn't the exact tagline, I don't believe, but it's something along the lines of this is a happily newly married couple. The bride is in the trunk. But it is, like you said, it's based on the Lonely Heart Killers, which is a true crime case. Raymond Fernandez and Martha Beck were their names. They ended up getting the electric chair. They killed more people than Bonnie and Clyde. They killed 20 people. They were only tried and convicted for one death, but it was enough to get them the death penalty. They fried on the same day. So I mean, this really is from the moment they meet right up to the end. I mean, this is their real life killer couple love story.
Yep.
The way the story goes, Martha was a single woman living with a kind of overbearing mother, which is another theme that we see throughout this conversation. Unlucky in love, and a friend of hers, played by Doris Roberts, ends up, without telling her, submitting her name to like a Lonely Hearts sort of newspaper ad, just to see what happens. And she ends up getting a response from this guy Raymond, and so they quickly become pen pals, and she's falling for him, and she's being catfished to some extent. because catfishing is what Raymond does. He's a con man, and before there was ever such a thing as catfishing, that's what he's doing. He's setting up these women and taking
these
their
spinsters.
money, and then leaving them. And in the movie, I don't think that he's killing them yet. I think in real life he was.
Yes, that's correct.
He was killing them to get the money. So that's his intention with Martha, and he finally writes to her, says, "I'm coming to see you. I can't stand to be away from you any longer." And so they end up meeting, and he cons her out of like a couple $100, and he thinks he's on his way. He thinks he's done, but he gets a phone call from Doris Roberts, and it was all a setup. It was all an act. Martha was manipulating him to try to get him to come back to see her again and to stay with her. So they're pretending like Martha is going to kill herself if he doesn't come.
Yeah.
And so he does. He shows up, and it's really a strange love story, because in a weird way, you don't doubt that they're in love, but you still never fully understand what is it about this couple. Why? Yeah. Like, it goes beyond just, the simple, kind of almost idiotic explanation. Like, oh, well, she was just lonely and he was there. But why did he stick with her? Why did he care if she committed suicide, if he was killing people for money already? Like, what made him care about her? And what made her latch on to him when she didn't want to do the dating service to begin with? But they latch on to one another. She finds out about his scheme, and she starts to pose as his sister as he answers these Lonely Hearts letters and moves to a new place. They're constantly moving, and she has to like basically sit there and put up with him trying to woo somebody, and she gets very jealous, and there's lots of arguments back and forth where in a weird way, I mean, this is really the power of cinema. In a weird way, you're almost starting to like get frustrated with her. Like, how do you expect him to get the money and kill the woman if you're just going to act jealous the whole time, when the whole thing is fucking preposterous and not even a single moment should be actually really happening. But one of the great things about this movie, the reason why it holds up so well, is because of Shirley Stoller as Martha and Tony LoBianco as Raymond. LoBianco is putting on this really thick Spanish accent, which it was true in real life. He was from Spain, but LoBianco had actually done an audition for the movie and didn't do it in the accent. And then he got a call back where the director didn't realize that it was him again. And he did it in the accent this time, and he refused to not do it in the accent. Like, he became one of those guys who would only talk in the accent. And it's not necessarily a realistic Spanish accent, but again, somehow it works for this movie. I think partly because his entire character is to be a put-on con man.
Con man, yeah.
And Shirley Stoller is just so this perfect mix of like domineering fragility. Like, she's so fragile, like she's so emotionally fragile. Anything can send her off to like start crying and being upset, and she tries to kill herself a couple of times in the movie. But at the same time, she's bulldozing her way through the relationship. She's telling him how it is. So I think it takes a really fantastic actress to pull off that kind of duality in behavior. And she's most known nowadays, no longer with us, but she's probably best known as Pee Wee Herman's next door neighbor on Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Miss Steve, yeah.
Yeah. That was definitely the first time I saw her. And
I
haven't
same.
seen her in much else. I think she's in a Peckinpah movie. I would have to look up her filmography. She's in stuff, but nothing quite as featured as this, which is unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen more of what she did. But what's really interesting about the names attached to this movie is do you know who was supposed to direct this movie prior to Leonard Castle?
I do know, actually. Yes. I already mentioned his name earlier in this podcast, but yeah, you can tell the people.
The original director for this, before he had done anything big, was Martin Scorsese. And he actually got fired off of it. Some of his footage is in the movie. The scene where she tries to drown herself is Scorsese. Apparently he was fired because they were trying to make a low budget quickie, and he was doing it like a studio film, and he was trying to get, all these crazy master shots and lingering, for too long on, I think at one point they criticized him because he was trying to catch the light on a beer bottle or something. And they're like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's a joke. So they fire Scorsese, and they bring in a guy named Donald Volkman, who directs for like another week, except for he's kind of like this weird in between where rather than really directing the movie, what he's doing is he's directing for a week to allow for the writer, Leonard Castle, who never wrote or directed a movie before or since this, so that Leonard Castle could watch Volkman direct, so that when Volkman left a week later, Leonard Castle could step in and finish the movie. And he justifiably directs most of the movie because he's the writer. He was there from the get-go. So it's not any, real scandal in terms of like whether this is his film or Scorsese's film. It's not a Scorsese film. But it's fascinating to think of the what if, to think of, had this been in Scorsese's filmography, would that have helped the film? Would it have hurt his career? Like, I can see so many different variables in here, but it kind of makes this movie that little extra bit of unique. But yeah, that's The Honeymoon Killers. If people ever get a chance to see it, I would love to get James's thoughts on it here in a second, but I'm trying to also still keep this somewhat brief. And I think this is probably the movie where brevity would help us the best. I will say, fun fact, Francois Truffaut, who almost directed Bonnie and Clyde, has called this his favorite American film, which is saying something.
Saying something. Yeah, indeed. I'll tell you just one very quick thing. The first time I saw it, all I could think of is I wonder if Divine was a fan of this movie.
Yes. It had to have been.
I feel like
Divine had to have been a fan already of the Lonely Heart Killers themselves.
And I think John Waters probably, this seems like a movie he would have also been aware of or a fan of. So I didn't look it up or anything, so I don't know. I could be way off base, but
I don't know, but I can almost tell you for a fact, like this. This just seems like a movie that they would absolutely
even Stoller's character is kind like she's kind of mean, like she's kind of surly and grumpy in the way that Divine's characters had that similar vibe.
Yes, but at the same time, very emotional.
But I mean,
they go hand in hand. It's just a different form of emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like she was phenomenal. I mean, she was phenomenal in this, and I feel like she's because of the way that she looked, and she probably just wasn't. She was never given probably more opportunities in bigger roles, or whatever. But it's such a distinct vibe to it. I remember, it's black and white. It's independent cinema, like it is truly like
looks and feels like independent cinema,
and I mean that in the best possible way, where it feels like somebody with a legitimate point of view is doing this movie. And there's some gnarly shit that happens in this movie, and there's definitely, you can feel that it probably would have turned people off at the time. It wasn't for everybody. It wasn't going to make $1 million. But again, I need to rewatch it because I've only seen it the one time, and literally after saw it, and I think I saw that The Last Picture. I saw like 3 great movies in the same weekend, and I loved it. And it was one of those movies that I just sort of got away from me, but. I have the Criterion channel, thankfully, so I will probably end up. There's a new Blu-ray though, isn't there?
There's a Blu-ray a couple of years ago. I haven't picked it up yet. Like I said, I have the DVD that Criterion put out. My
got a great cover.
And it's the same cover on the Blu-ray. My DVDs are like in a corner that I can't easily get to, so I tend to go to the Blu-ray shelf when I'm wanting to watch home media. If it's something I can't rent or find anywhere, then yes, I'll go into my DVDs. Yeah. But because it was so easily available on Criterion channel,
so same.
Subscribe to the Criterion channel.
I own so many Arrow Blu-rays and stuff, but if it's on the Arrow streaming channel, I'll just watch it.
But I do plan to buy Honeymoon Killers though, because so that I can upgrade to the Blu-ray. It is one of those movies that I do have that sort of fear in the back of my mind that, like, well, if this goes out of print, it may be gone forever because it's not a particularly known movie. And
which again, for an audience, if you've never seen it, the fact that Criterion put it out at all, let alone to a 4K, is it 4K Blu-ray?
No, it's just Blu-ray right now.
Just Blu-ray.
We'll see. I mean, they just started putting out 4K.
Putting out Blu-rays, exactly, or 4Ks, yeah. But anyways, yeah, I should have assumed not. But either way, I love being having no idea of a film. Like, because again, a lot of movies I may never have seen, but I've heard about them, I've read about them, I want to see it. It was literally like a blind, oh, this looks interesting, and I love the cover, and sounds kind of lurid, and I really enjoyed. And again, it's very, very unique. And I'm so glad you picked it too, because again, it completely, one, it deserves more recognition, and two, kind of reminded me of it. But yeah, great choice.
And it gives us a chance to talk about Tony Lobianco, who I also think his star should have been a little bit bigger. I mean, you look at his other credits; it's known stuff like The French Connection.
Yeah.
He also did a Larry Cohen movie called God Told Me To, which he played the lead in, and I actually really love that movie.
Yeah. Let's talk about Larry Cohen sometime.
Yes, let's do
talk
that.
about Q.
Yes, Q the Winged Serpent.
Serpent.
God, no, I actually love It's Alive. I should
probably I love It's Alive.
I should probably revisit the sequels to that. That and Basket Case. I get them. The original movies are locked in my head, but the sequels get mixed up in my head.
I will tell you right now, in both those cases, you can watch the sequels, but they do not. I mean, the It's Alive sequels just sort of are much lesser versions of the first one, where Basket Case gets sillier and goofier and dumber on purpose, like stylistic choices. But yeah, I mean, if you only ever see the first one, I think you'll be fine. But I would love to do a Larry Cohen episode. That would be great.
But yeah, I got to meet him actually at a double feature of It's Alive and God Told Me To. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that was kind of what turned me on to Tony Lobianco. And I had already seen French Connection, and I recognized him from that. He's also in the 7 Ups with Roy Scheider, which is a weird sort of, like, I almost consider it the French Connection trilogy, because there was French Connection, of course, where you have Popeye and his partner Sonny. And then you have French Connection 2, which does not have Roy Scheider playing the partner. It's actually Gene Hackman going off to France. Then you have the 7 Ups, which is the forgotten one, because it's not an official sequel, but the character is played by Roy Scheider and also based on Sonny, like the real cop.
Interesting.
So it's kind of another, it's a third French Connection film just without Popeye Doyle. It kind of has that tone.
Random aside, just because you're the only person I would be able to, I mean, I could Google it, I'm sure, but weirdly enough, my mom was a big Popeye Doyle fan. So she watched, but Ed O'Neill played Popeye Doyle, but
I've seen some of those. They were TV movies.
Was it TV movies? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, but I remember my mom loving Popeye Doyle well before I ever saw French Connection. And the first time I saw French Connection, I was like, this is the character you love?
The TV movie version of him was, I'm sure, far less racist.
Far more sanitized. But yeah,
the movie
great
version of him was one of the first big anti-heroes of the 70s. And,
I mean, so 70s.
But Tony Lobianco is the guy that the Popeye is trailing and doing a stakeout on towards the beginning, and then he's a completely different character in the 7 Ups and has a bigger role.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, I would love to. Now is not the time. I would love to have like a full-on Tony Lobianco conversation someday.
Sure.
But I think you're on to something about Larry Cohen. I think we should do Larry Cohen very soon, because
I would love that.
A fun one.
He's an interesting filmmaker.
I haven't seen the stuff in a while either. I'd love to see the stuff.
It's my favorite of all of the Coens. And it's such a product of its time. It's such a unique movie, but also is so much better than it has any right to be.
Yes. And I think part of why we're hitting on it so much right now is because there's something, I mean, Honeymoon Killers has nothing to do with Larry Cohen outside of using Tony Lobianco, but that same sort of feeling of like, this should be trash. And yet somehow it's competent and emotional. And like, I'm actually feeling things for this exploitation movie.
Yep.
So
and that to wrap up my final thought on the Honeymoon Killers is that it's not an expertly made movie. It's not like the best written. I mean, it's not. It's definitely exactly what you said. It's an art film in the wrappings and in the presentation of an exploitation film of especially of like 50s and early 60s kind of exploitation films, but. It's fantastic. The performances are great. The atmosphere and the vibe of it's so unique. God damn it, I want to rewatch it. I think it's my wedding anniversary on Saturday, so I won't be watching it then, but maybe tomorrow night when I get off of work.
Well, happy anniversary, and hopefully we can show Criterion. We want this on 4K by all of us watching Honeymoon Killers over the weekend.
There you go. Get Criterion to get it to it.
Yeah, so fans, get to it. I know everybody who listens to us probably subscribes to the Criterion channel. Watch the Honeymoon Killers. Let Criterion know that this movie has a fan base. You won't be disappointed.
Absolutely not. So while we kind of head towards the final films in this, this is going to be a very long episode. So as I talked about these films, I sort of went with, obviously I'm a fan of all the films, otherwise I wouldn't have, bothered talking about them. But
yeah,
I basically went from, I basically saved the best for last. And my last film is, which you were very gracious enough to give me. It would have been the first one I asked, but I appreciate that you just allowing me to choose it.
When we were first doing it, to let people know, we don't get possessive over each other's lists, and we usually will come up with something that divides our list so that we're not picking the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this time when we first started talking about doing killer couples, I told them, all right, I'm just going to let you know right now, I won't pick Badlands so that you can have Badlands.
I appreciate that. So, yeah. My final film we're talking about is the Terrence Malick film Badlands, starring Martin Sheen and my favorite actors of all time, Sissy Spacek.
And Warren Oates. Don't forget Warren
Oates. Warren Oates. Well, I was going to say, yeah, we'll get to Warren Oates. So this is my favorite of all Terrence Malick's movies. His very first, cinematic film. I think it is literal film perfection. I think it's a success at every level. I think from Martin Sheen's the charisma of his character, Sissy Spacek's brilliance as this 15-year-old girl named Holly who starts off as basically as an innocent, and how she progresses throughout the film and the character arc she has, and Warren Oates, who plays her sort of brutish dad who kind of,
I don't think there's anything wrong with her dad. Like, to me, well, you go ahead. But this is a point that I'll make later, because it's one of the great manipulations of cinema, I think. No,
and so I think so in the circumstance, if my 15-year-old daughter had a 25-year-old drifter, what is he, a mechanic? What is he in? I can't remember what he
starts off as a garbage man. And,
that's
he
gets
fired from that pretty quick, and
that's what it is.
He's looking for work after that.
Yeah, but so yeah, if my 15-year-old daughter came home with a 25-year-old Martin Sheen, I'd tell him to kick rocks too. I think one of the aspects of the film is that his wife died. Holly's mom is dead, and I think Warren Oates' character kind of has a grudge against his daughter because of that a little bit, and there is this hostility there. And okay, so essentially what ends up happening, and it is quintessential killer couple movie. It's also based off of, was it Richard Speck, who's the real life killer? Starkweather, thank you. And loosely
Carol Fugate I don't know how to pronounce
Fugate. Yeah, I think it's Fugate. Yeah. But essentially, so, Martin Sheen's character isn't a killer from the start. He's just this guy who falls in love with a 15-year-old girl. He thinks he kind of sees himself as like another James Dean character. And she Holly thinks he kind of looks like James Dean. He seems like a movie star to her. And, he's a young, handsome Martin Sheen, coolest, just all the swagger and bravado and charisma, even though he's
like this. Very few smoother looking dudes than young Martin Sheen. I'll say
that. Absolutely. And just the way he talks and his voice, and he goes to her dad, not necessarily to kill him, but he ends up shooting her dad because he's not going to let, the 25-year-old Martin Sheen run away with his 15-year-old. And so from there, they go on the run. I won't go through every plot. What I will say is, Holly is, she narrates the film too, and she seems kind of like an idiot. Not an idiot, but she seems kind of but she's just a 15-year-old girl.
She's a simple 15-year-old kid.
Yeah,
I don't think she sounds like an idiot. I think she just
not like an idiot. What I mean
she's
is
not fully formed. She's blank.
Yeah, exactly. She's trying to be older than her years. She's trying to find out who she is. but the narration makes her seem so, I guess, so innocent. But then the further that you go in the movie and what she witnesses, and what unfolds, but the vibe of the movie is so. First off, it's beautiful, and all of the cinematography, the city, like the streets and all the tree lines. There's just so. It's so. I mean, Terrence Malick is one of the greatest. He doesn't have a huge filmography, and he gets real. Especially as some of his latter works get real, like they're less a story and more of like a cinematic experience, but visually he's such a incredible visual storyteller. But the movie has this weird vibe. Like at one point, like after they run away, they basically live in a treehouse, and it's like this weird like playful vibe, and it's like they're having fun, and the score is it's just such a distinctly weird movie, but in the best possible way. But at some point, like he loses his luster on her, and like she's getting bored by him and his like bravado and his sort of she is honestly getting bored by him, and it literally in that she basically is the cause of him eventually getting arrested, and how but there's all this. He doesn't, at no point when the movie starts is he trying to be a killer, but when he has to kill, he has no qualms about shooting people down, and he sort of ends up seeing himself as kind of a Billy, like kind of like like a hero outlaw, and like he becomes, in fact, I think when he gets caught, like the cop is like, man, he's just a little itty bitty fellow or something. Like he's like no bigger than I am. He's just a kid or whatever. And it's like how these characters, these killers, become almost cult figures. But there's the dynamic between Sissy Spacek, who again is my favorite actress of all time. I even in movies, even in movies that maybe the movie itself wasn't phenomenal, she's never not been phenomenal. And Martin Sheen is fantastic in this. There's this weird poetic, lyrical nature to the film that that then is offset by all these like this like violence and these murders, but it's hard to even put into words. I explain the vibe. It's a film you have to experience this sort of and get taken along on the ride. But I remember, again, the very first time I saw it, I really turned it off and was like, that's probably in my top 10 favorite movies I've ever seen. And again, I don't like movies that sort of glorify like, it's hard to explain. I love horror movies. I love action films. I love exploitation films. And I like, I'm not trying to make a moral point about cinema and killing, but I usually don't like movies that are sort of like, look at this cold-blooded killer and he's the hero and you're rooting for him, you want him to get away. But that's not really what this that at no point did I ever feel like that's what this movie was. You knew where it was going to, and without even knowing the Starkweather stuff, and again, it's loosely based off of
just where the idea came from. It's not actually, none of the actual story is
exactly
story.
Exactly. It's more of a killer and his lady, that's really what but it's just such a like the pacing is perfect, the cinematography is perfect, the dialogue is literally at the beginning of the movie, every conversation he has with Holly is, just there's so much going on, and like dude, it's just
it's
like
usually him talking at Holly.
At her, exactly.
You have to. The movie's narrated by her as if she's writing in her diary. Which was something that Heather's took, by the way.
Yep.
This movie, there's inspirations in all the movies we've discussed that were found in this. But yeah, Sissy Spacek has to be the narrator, has to be reading her diary out loud, or she's going to hardly have any dialogue.
Yeah.
Because she just sits there and listens to him talk, and he's kind of painted as a little bit of a buffoon and a blowhard, but at the same time, he speaks with authority, so you take him seriously, like not authority in a stern sort of way, but authority in a know-it-all sort of way.
Yeah, and I think and that's what's so, especially that combination, or like the comparison with that he looks like he looks like James Dean, is that he has this unearned self-confidence, but because he is handsome and because he is charismatic, she doesn't notice that he's full of shit and he's up his own ass and that he's kind of a, like I said, he's kind of a dickhead. Because he's got movie star boyish good looks, and he is so confident, and he has got this charisma to him and this swagger, but that eventually does wear thin on her. And like as she gets along on the ride, she gets more and more wary of his bullshit. So sort of like
it just kind of gets old to her, like it
exactly
would to any 15-year-old who,
yep, yep.
It's an interesting movie because I never, yes, they're a killer couple. Yes, I think that there's love involved, but I think it's mostly him. I think we're talking about a story between a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old. So immediately, like, not just red flags, we're talking about a whole field of red flags when you come down to that. Except for that, I truly believe that he fell in love with her and that she's just kind of going along to see what happens. Like she
100%.
She finds him curious. She finds him interesting. She likes that he pays attention to her. And then when he finally steps up and kills her father so that they can run away together, I don't feel like she ever planned on or even thought about running away with him. But
no,
her dad's dead now, so she's got nothing else to do. So she may as well go with Kit. Like he'll take care of her. So she's just kind of going from place to place and following him. But meanwhile, he's nothing but love letters for her constantly. It's, I almost hate to say it, but he's kind of sweet. And he says he has a couple of lines in there, like the dialogue, especially his dialogue, because he's the talker in the movie. He has this one line, and I'm probably gonna butcher it, but the first time I heard it, and every time I've heard it since, it always hits me every time he says it. But he's dancing with her out in the middle of nowhere, and they're on the run already, and things are tense. And the thing that he chooses to say to her is, I ain't a songwriter, and I don't think I could ever put into words the way that I feel right now. But if I could, man, it'd be a hit.
That's the guy. I knew that's the line you were going for because
like, ooh, I just fell in love with him. Like that is such a good line, and it comes from a genuine place. He's not trying to keep her at that point. They're already together. This is something that he's saying because he feels it.
Well, so there's a lot of nuance to their relationship, and there's a lot of like, again, he's like I said, he's a young movie star, good looking kid, but he's kind of a dullard. He's just a guy, like kind of bounces around. Here's this pretty young girl full of, thing. And she's falling for he just sees this innocent, pretty young girl who listens to his bullshit. And he's reflecting he's assuming that she's as infatuated with him as he is with her. And he's propping up his own ego. He loves her because of how it makes him feel, but he never pays it. He's at no point, and that's why she gets so tired. She starts to see like he doesn't really care about. He doesn't like he's just on his own trip, man. He's doing what he wants to do, and it's not to get too socio-political, but I feel like she is experienced what a lot of young women experience, which is they sort of see through a dude's bullshit and a dude's self-absorption and a dude's sort of self-infatuation. And I think she's just, it's going to be one in a long line of disappointing dudes in her life. What's so great in it is that I think it's so, she's just a 15-year-old girl in nowhere, Texas, and she's just bored. And that's the thing, is like her dad's, she only has her dad, and it's like she, regardless if he loves her and he's protected, she's just bored. She's in the sleepy town kind of. She I don't even think, like you said, and I think it's a great point that, like, well, now that her dad's dead, she might as well go with him, because what else does she do? But I think she's even that. I felt it as she's bored, so she, like, this is just something exciting for her. Like,
it's just something to do. Even when they've already run away and the dad's already dead, and by the way, amazing house fire. That is one of the most intense, fiercely burning fires I've ever seen in my life. But even at that point, when in one of the diary entries that's being read aloud, they've already gone through this experience. They're already on the run. They're already at least hiding. And her diary says something about, like, wondering if he's the guy that she'll marry. Like, she hasn't even made up her, like, she hasn't decided that she's in love with this guy yet, she never really does.
No.
But I thought that was a really interesting point. At this point in most movies, in most people's movies, at least by this point, she would have been fully on board.
Yeah.
But she's still treating this like, I'm 15. I got the whole world in front of me. I have no idea if I'm going to marry this dude that I live in a treehouse with, who killed my father.
Yeah, and
there's no Stockholm syndrome there.
No,
there's
not
nothing.
at all. And I think, being aware, being a true crime fan, I think there's been a lot of cases where a young girl has kind of gotten into a situation similar with a violent criminal, and there's that aspect of he loves me so much he'd kill for me, and there's that attraction. Even with Holly, even with Sissy Spacek's character, you don't even really get that.
Yeah, I don't think she gives off that vibe. I think she just gives off the vibe. Well, the house is going to burn anyway, so I got nowhere to go.
and I think that's, I think the power of the casting is so important in any film, obviously. But I think something like this, it probably would have been a great movie, Terrence Malick directing with the script and blah blah blah. But that cast, it's just I can't imagine anybody else playing Sissy Spacek's role. Sissy Spacek is so good at, especially at that point in her career, a young Sissy Spacek was so good at sort of almost being a blank canvas, where she's not trying to hammer you over the head with a performance. She's really embodying this character. And so she's sort of living that reality, but not in any sort of traditionally theatrical way, or she's playing it probably far more realistically, or what would be in that scenario than, I think, most scripts or most movies would sort of have that character be, like you said, she'd be doe-eyed to him, or, she would, but she's so almost as a passive, she's kind of like a fly on the wall a little bit. And that's what makes it so fascinating. And again, I think you nailed it on the head too. Even though he's, like I said, when he kills the dad, you're like, well, not that is at all justified, but that wasn't his intention. But then the more he kills just so that they're not caught, you're like, this guy is he is a cold-blooded dude. But
he's got issues, and I think they never outright say this, but I think it explains a lot. And anyone that knows Terrence Malick movies, they know that there's a lot that isn't said.
Yes.
That you're just supposed to be smart enough to catch up on, in your own mind. But the way that Kit kind of tries to train Holly once they're on the run and they're living in the treehouse for a while, he's training her militaristically, how to use a gun, and his movements, and his style of training is boot camp.
Yep.
And if you give it, this movie was shot in the 70s, but takes place in
the 50s.
Yeah. So I think that kind of part of what's meant to be implied here is that
PTSD.
He's maybe a Korean War vet. He's such a braggadocious, sort of full of himself, sort of, well, I guess I do this now. He seems like the type of guy who might have even lied on his enlisting forms just because, no, fuck it. If the country's going to war, I'm going to go to war. And it feels like there's a certain element of arrested development there where he stopped aging once he entered the military. And that's why the age gap doesn't occur to him in the same ways, because he's very emotionally still 15 himself. But the way that he goes into that military training, and it's played almost for laughs when you see it in the movie, because it's two people living in a treehouse doing boot camp. But I think that is what that's supposed to imply, at the very least, that he has seen some action and he did not come back the same. But I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know.
No, I think, and again, you are dead on right about Terrence Malick. He, which is why I think he's such an interesting filmmaker. Again, this is definitely, without even a close second, my favorite of his movies. But man, he definitely is a show and not tell, and he's definitely I hate using this word, but he's definitely a cerebral filmmaker, because there's so much. This is a whole train of thought that it will just be too highfalutin. But yeah, he will definitely add a lot of subtle hints at character backgrounds or character motivations. I think in the 70s that was far more common in American films. I think it was into the 80s where a lot of that nuance was lost on American moviegoers.
Well, people still say "show me, don't tell me" when they're trying to teach screenwriting, but audience are saying "no, no, no, tell me,
Tell me.
tell
Yeah,
me."
yeah, yeah.
It's a level of sophistication that's come out. It's part of why they don't make movies like this anymore. It's because people
yeah,
would say, "No, it's too vague."
yep,
Uh,
100%.
you
Yep.
have
So
to
why people
explain
can't handle.
everything in
Yep,
modern
and
movies. It's why
why people can't handle sad endings. Like
yeah,
I feel like the thing that will upset me more than any argument around conversation around films is when people say I hated that movie because the ending was sad. It's like, what is wrong with you? Like my mom is like she's like I'm not going to waste 2 hours of my life on this to be sad. I'm like, dude, good lord. Like anyway, that's a personal thing. Anyways, I get
this
it. I mean, my
movie
mom
ends
heard.
on a weird sort of upbeat. Where
Yeah, despite the fact that
I don't
he
want to give
gets.
away too much, but
Yeah,
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 because this one
but it's
isn't
good because
based on a
it's.
true story, but he's happy about it.
Yeah, he
He,
gets what he
he
wants out of it.
he's happy
Kind
to
of.
be where he is, and he likes
Yeah.
the attention, and
He likes the attention. Like I said, he's like a celebrity,
he'd do
and
it again.
yep.
And not because he's a stone cold killer. He'd do it again because it was a hoot,
Fun
and
ride.
yeah,
Yep.
and it gave him something
And
to
again,
do.
that tells you. Yep.
And here's another thing, reading too far into Malick, Warren Oates' character, Holly's father, his job is literally painting old, like faded billboards.
Yep.
So this is a town, like the profession is watching the paint dry.
Yep.
Like
that's
the
that's
only
funny.
thing to do in this town is watch for the paint to dry, and when the paint's dry, it's time to paint it again.
We breeze past him, but God, I mean, we've talked about Warren Oates on this podcast before.
Yeah.
He's always great, but God, he is really good in this movie, and he's a presence on the screen.
Always is. He's
fantastic. Always. He's
one of my all-time favorite character actors.
Yeah, he's phenomenal in it. But again, the whole cast is great. But yeah, it to me it was like when you said like, hey, let's do a killer couple movies. Like this is my end all be all as far as favorite killer. It's like I said, it's one of my. I sometimes I go, well, it's what I consider one of the best movies of all time. Sometimes that doesn't necessarily mean it is one of my favorite movies because I feel like some movies are so great, but they can also be emotionally and mentally exhausting that, but like a favorite movie is one I'll watch over and over and again. This is like kind of right on that line where I do consider one of the best movies, and literally I do consider it literally a perfect film. Now I would change nothing about it, but again, it is, it's not something I'm going to put on all the time and watch, but I've seen it multiple times and I will continue to watch it. And it is a masterpiece. So
same here. There's a good criterion out of this too. And
yep.
To close it up on this, I mean, it's worthy of pointing out here that this movie was a huge influence on other movies on this list. We've already mentioned one of them. There's also, I didn't know this until we were researching for this episode, but apparently Badlands is the movie that Ridley Scott watched before he started Thelma and Louise, which is a weird connection. Yeah. And of course, we can't go without mentioning the music, which gets remade into the score of True Romance.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yep. One thing I did real quick say though too, just because I remember talking about the last movie about watching only this, I watched Badlands on the same weekend. For the first time I watched Straw Dogs and Marathon Man. If that's not a good weekend of movies viewing, I don't know what is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got
that's an education on 70s films right there. So
some Hoffman, some Scheider, some Sheen, some Spacek. I mean, it's all over some Susan George.
Yep.
That's a good damn weekend.
Yeah.
Well, let's close this off with maybe the most bombastic and divisive movie on either one of our lists, I think.
But also, I will say probably the most. We said Bonnie and Clyde is the one everybody thinks of, but I think for a whole generation, if you say killer couples, Natural Born Killers is the one. I'm sorry, I stole your thunder. Although we already knew it was because you mentioned that.
Mickey and Mallory Knox.
Yep.
They are kind of the killer couples of the 90s, whether you love them or hate them. It was just such a big movie when it came out. I saw it 3 times in the theater. Like I said, I was right around that age. This came out in 94, so I was 15. And in fact, the day that I saw this in the theater was the day that I met Casey O'Connor, friend of the show, Casey O'Connor.
Interesting.
I've talked about this on the show where I walked out of a movie and I was wearing an Evil Dead 2 t-shirt and Casey saw my shirt and noticed, and I noticed that somebody saw my shirt because in the 90s, it was hard to find Evil Dead 2 fans. There was an online community of them.
I remember you walking across campus. I told the story before, and I turned to my twin brother like,
who's this cool kid wearing who's he think he is wearing Evil Dead 2 t-shirts because you were wearing an Evil Dead 2 shirt at school and an army jacket. And I was like, this young kid is this kid's gonna have to be my friend one day. And sure enough, that's what ended up happening.
Boy, am I glad that I got that shirt, because it made me two of the best friends I've ever had in my life. But yeah, this was the movie that I was walking out of, and I was walking into True Lies. So that was a great day for movies.
Oh, yeah.
Both movies kind of considered problematic in modern times, but were huge hits at the time. Directed by Oliver Stone, controversially written by Quentin Tarantino, although he receives a story by credit on this, and the written credit goes to David Velaz and Richard Rutowski, who it's probably really mean. I could probably look them up and find out that they wrote some of my other favorite 90s stuff. Who knows? But I think we all think of this as a Tarantino movie, just because it has some of his trademarks managed to get through the Oliver Stone filter, much like they got through the Tony Scott filter, because that's how strong of a writer he is. It's just undeniable when you're seeing something that sprang from him. And in this case, it sprang from Roger Avery, his Tarantino's co-worker at Video Archives, who they now have, I'm sure everybody knows by now, the Video Archives podcast, which is a lot of fun if you're fans of those guys. I listen every episode. But Roger Avery wrote up this kind of short script or treatment, something along those lines. Tarantino took it and ran with it, ended up writing like a mini-series length movie. I mean, it could never have been a TV movie of the week because it was far too violent, but it was that length of a thing. It was going to be like a 4 or 5 hour movie. And that movie ultimately was split into two pieces that became True Romance and Natural Born Killers. And depending on which version of the story you hear, I've heard Tarantino talk about both movies, and he's a fan of True Romance and not a fan of this. He eventually decided that he was happy with this because Johnny Cash told him it was cool, which sounds very Tarantino.
Yes.
If it's okay with Johnny Cash, it's okay with him. I get that. But my understanding of the history of this, as I first heard it, was that essentially, even though it was one movie, this was always intended to be two movies within one movie. And he was inspired by the idea that Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie wrote poetry about themselves and sent it to the paper and got it published, which I mentioned when we were covering them. The conceit was, what if a modern in the 90s, or I think he probably started it in the 80s, a modern couple wouldn't write a poem to send to the paper. They would write a movie about themselves that made them super cool. So half of the movie was going to be the real life of what was actually happening. The Natural Born Killers side of this was going to be the super bombastic, from the killer's point of view, glorifying their own philosophy, sort of part of the movie. I've also heard other stories that say that True Romance was going to be the story of the true story of the characters and how they wound up in jail, but now they're out of jail and they're going after the person who wrote the movie, who that they hate, that mischaracterized them. But it was still, every version of this I hear, one was going to be real life and one was going to be like the bombastic version of what was happening in real life.
That's interesting.
So yeah, I think it's a great idea. It's completely unfilmable, and it's really smart that it was split in half and turned into these two. I'll just say, these two incredible movies. Whether you like Natural Born Killers or not, it made a splash. And I admire when people take a swing as big as this.
Yeah.
When I was 15 watching it with young eyes and not fully understanding where all of its influences were, I was just kind of overwhelmed with the experience. It was the first time I was hearing Leonard Cohen music. It was the first time that I was really getting acquainted with some of these actors. I knew Woody Harrelson from Cheers and White Man Can't Jump, but I didn't know that he could do this.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones was somebody that I had heard about a lot growing up because he was just one of those great sort of that guy character actors. Obviously became a bigger star after The Fugitive, but this was really the first time that I saw Tommy Lee Jones doing something that wasn't, the agent from The Fugitive. It was just such a lot for me. It was the first, one of the first Robert Downey Jr. things. I'd seen some stuff in the 80s, obviously, I knew who he was. But I had never seen him play such a strange role. Yeah, I can't quite, I'm having a hard time articulating exactly how much of an overwhelming experience this was. And that's beyond just the style of the movie, which has over 3,000 cuts. And most movies have like 600, 700, 800 cuts in it. And this has 3,000 cuts. It has, I don't know how many different, I mean, it's 35 millimeter, 16 millimeter, black and white, color, animated, video, like VHS, Super 8. I mean, if there was something to film on, they used it for this. And it just had this overwhelming feeling of this means something, which to a 15-year-old watching a movie like this, trying to figure out how to like pick it apart and figure out, now, what exactly does it mean? Because this seems tangible. This seems like something I can understand. Whereas David Lynch, I had seen similar things that I loved, but kind of gave up instantly on the idea that I will ever understand David Lynch, and have learned as I got older that like that seems to be the best way to understand Lynch, is to understand that you will never understand it. Natural Born Killers had the feeling like it was all there. I could get this movie. I just need to see it a couple times. I saw it like 3 times in the theater, each time taking a new friend. And then Pulp Fiction came out a couple months later, and I was a goner. Like I knew, not just that I wanted to make movies, but what kind of movies. And I still am not trying to copycat at this point what those movies were, but you bet your ass those first couple of screenplays when I was like 15, 16 years old,
of course,
those were trying to be Tarantino scripts. This movie seems to suffer from its own weight in so many ways. It can't quite seem to decide what it is, but I don't know if it's intentional or not. It has all the hallmarks of a movie that is style over substance through and through. Yet at the same time, it's weighed down by how many messages it tries to carry about the justice system, about media, about parenting, about about Native Americans. This movie is throwing so many messages into the mix that you can't call it style over substance unless the style itself is the part that's over the, you know, like it gets mixed up almost. Like the style of it is to be a bundle of messages. It's still a somewhat confusing movie in that sense, in terms of trying to figure out what was intentional, what wasn't.
Absolutely.
And knowing how it was filmed, because I've read the book Killer Instinct by Jane Hampshire, the producer, and this was a very troubled film, shooting it, which happens when you film in a actual prison and try to do a prison riot in said prison. But also, I think this is probably the most accurate representation of what happens when you have a whole bunch of people on mushrooms trying to make a movie. The thoughts jump from one thing to the next, like somebody on drugs.
Yeah, and I think this podcast is already very long, so I won't go into all my feelings on old Oliver Stone.
Complex feelings, and Oliver Stone, I can, his early stuff I get into, but he's worthy of discussion. I don't know if he's worthy of a whole episode, but someday he's worthy of a discussion.
Well, the thing is, if we're being, we could definitely
of greatness.
Yeah, and he's made enough. He's had a big enough impact, and he's made enough varied styles and types and varying qualities of films. But there's a lot to unpack there because of who he is. Like, he's one of those directors who people know him as much as they know his work, because of his opinions on things, and like the fact that he was, he's a character in of himself, and he's a sort of like,
he rose in the rock star era of directors.
Yeah. Yes. And he has an anti-authority. I mean, the man's like in his 70s by now, but he holds some troublesome opinions, but that even in the 90s is very much like anti-government, and he made a lot of Platoon, JFK, Natural Born Killers, Born on the 4th of July. He made a lot of like pointed movies, we'll say.
Yes, very.
But he's never been a filmmaker I connected with, because I didn't necessarily enjoy his personal point of view per se. Not that I didn't necessarily enjoy his films. I mean, the first half of Platoon is, haunting. I think it falls apart in the second half. But Wall Street, I know it was big at the time. I was too young to like it then, and I, don't care about rich Wall Street bankers, but I mean,
I love
performances.
Wall Street, but I think Wall Street has got to be one of the most misunderstood movies by its fans
Oh yeah, I mean that.
like
I
the
mean,
whole greed is good thing was meant to be chilling, and
yeah,
instead a bunch of people took it to be inspiring.
yeah, that
was-
happens.
It's as if a bunch of killers got around and said Natural Born Killers is the best movie of all time.
Okay, so let me. Okay, and therein lies the main thing I want to talk about, and kind of sort of sums up this even whole this topic that you chose, is that where it stops being art and where it becomes glorified and how it gets misunderstood. And at no point do I think Natural Born Killers is about, I mean, it's not about look at these cool, crazy killers. That's not what it's about. I think it walks the tightrope of allowing it to be misunderstood, like inviting it to be misunderstood for the sake of the edgy aspect of it. But it's Natural Born Killer goes hand in hand to me with a movie like American Psycho, which is a good movie, but embraced for the wrong reasons by stupid people. Same thing with Fight Club. You know, it becomes this flag to be waved by stupid people for the wrong reasons.
Its biggest fans seem to be the people that understand it the least.
100%. And to me at the time, I felt like it was, my unsophisticated 18-year-old self. I even felt at the time that it was style over substance, that it was trying too hard visually. And I know all my friends liked it and thought it was crazy. And I was an edgelord at that time. So I mean, a movie about serial killers, whatever, I was going to go see it, but I just felt like the hype around it and like the controversy around it. And then eventually when I saw it, it just sort of was like, nah, I think I just naturally distanced myself from it. I remember rewatching it again, I mean, probably well over a decade ago, and being like, oh, I mean, Woody Harrelson's great in it. Oh God, Juliette Lewis. Damn it! It was right there. Juliette Lewis is always great. She's somebody that I've have a bigger and bigger appreciation for as I get older.
She's great
but she's great in it. The movie, I mean, it's a very interesting movie. Again, there was a lot of work that went into it, but you said it perfectly. It's trying to make too many. It's trying to do too much, and it's not. And it's not as cohesive as it could have been. And I think I honestly feel like it's Oliver Stone up his own ass trying to prove what a genius he was and all the crazy shit that he was going to do, and to the detriment of the actual audience. But again, it's the loudest movie on this list. It was definitely the most popular. I mean, it was a huge movie. It was controversial. It was in the news all the time. And it was important. It was definitely, I mean, 1994 is really where the 90s film, that's where
that was the zenith.
That was the zenith. And that's where the attitude of the 90s sort of really took off, especially for films and American films and everything that came, Loving a 45, like all the Tarantino clones, and that all of it was sort of kicked off by this. So it's definitely a film, like if you are a film fan, if you just like film, and it's definitely worth seeing because of not just its place in history, but like you said, Devin, like all of the work that went into making it and all the stylistic choices and stuff. It's definitely
got to admire a swing that big. It was
absolutely
big fucking swing, and it was it was for the art. It wasn't for money. This movie wasn't.
So
and
that's exactly why I said it was up. It was definitely Oliver Stone up his own ass. I think it was him trying to.
I think he was trying to look up his own ass. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, they were all on mushrooms. They were all trying to figure themselves out.
Yeah, of course they were.
There's some great stories about all of them driving around in a car. Jane Hampshire and Oliver Stone and Harrelson and Lewis, and everybody kind of being on their own trip, and everyone kind of having a separate trip, even though they were all together. They were all in their heads having a separate trip, and it feels like that informs what this movie. Everybody involved with this movie was having their own trip.
But
each person's individual trip is like personally interesting to me. Like I find it fascinating to watch. I totally get why other people wouldn't, and I completely understand where you're coming from with almost glorifying it. I don't think it's glorifying it on purpose.
No,
I think that it's like a byproduct of trying to do something this ambitious and this big. because on a certain level, you have to get people on the side of Mickey and Mallory. And in real life, nobody should be on the side of Mickey and Mallory. So rather than make them kind of sympathetic, which they go for at first, but I don't know, the whole Rodney Dangerfield thing in the sitcom retelling Juliette Lewis's backstory. It's so difficult to watch, but at the same time, Rodney Dangerfield is so good in it, doing this creepy shit.
So fucking creepy and effective. And honestly, growing up as somebody who loved Rodney Dangerfield, that portion of the movie fucked me up.
Yeah,
because it's like, you like seeing him as this actual, because he's a buffoon. Like his whole thing is like, you can't take Rodney seriously. He's a goofball, but seeing him as this creepy predator, like, dude, that fucked me up, man. And like in a good way. I mean, in a way that was like what it was trying to do, but
yeah,
still.
But I can understand that being really difficult for a person to watch. Or it was difficult for me to watch. But at the same time, I can't take my eyes away. I'm fascinated by what I'm seeing, and I'm fascinated with trying to figure out what it means aside from just abuse is bad or abuse creates
killers,
behavior. All that sort of thing. But yeah, just this patchwork, and it doesn't have a 3-act structure. There's kind of before they're arrested and after they're arrested. And there's actually more killing after they're arrested. So yeah, it's kind of all over the place. And you've got Tom Sizemore being his most times Tom Sizemore-ish.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that. Exactly. He's Tom Sizemore at 11. Yeah.
The haircut and the mustache on Tommy Lee Jones deserves an award on its own. Robert Downey Jr. he's actually doing an impression of an Australian host, but there's so much Geraldo to him that I was picking up on it as a 15-year-old even, and it did kind of shape. I grew up with daytime talk shows. Oprah happened in my childhood. I was born in a non-Oprah world and raised in a world where Oprah became a thing, and Phil Donahue and Sally Jesse and all of this.
And it was just Jenny Jones. I watched every episode of Jenny Jones, every one that came out, including the notorious ones. So.
And it was just what was on TV. And this was the movie that, made me think critically of all that. And see them all as, well, these aren't just television personalities. These are kind of hucksters and
they're all complicit.
Like Phil Donahue, I actually think is a pretty decent dude, but
he's an actual journalist, but the rest of them are all fucking
Like Morton Downey, was fucking obnoxious, like this stuff. I mean, we all knew Wally George was crazy. He's in his own kind of category.
Yes,
but the take on the media was something that was new to my young mind that I really latched onto, and I felt like I learned something from this movie.
Yeah.
So it really hit me in the right time and place. But I still stand by it being a good movie, partially because when somebody swings that big, you've got to respect it in a way.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because it goes right back to a point we just made not that long ago where Terrence Malick was all about, show and not tell. Natural Born Killers is doing everything it's hammering you over the head with the points it's making, but in both direct ways and indirect ways, and it's coming at you from all angles, and it's super loud, and it's like a train coming right at you with it's like, it is a heavy movie, and it's a lot of movie, and it's not a movie that you're going to finish and not have feelings about.
Exactly. You were going to have feelings about this movie one way or the other. And that's what art is.
Agreed.
That's what art is for. It's why I don't like Zack Snyder movies, but I absolutely think he's one of the biggest artists that's working right now because I feel so the way I do about Zack Snyder's movie is proof that he's creating art.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that. And I think that's a distinction that a lot of people get confused, is that an artist isn't somebody who you think is a genius. An artist is somebody who has a point of view, puts out their point of view, it's true to their point of view, whether you like it or not. Like they are doing something that is distinctly their own, for good or bad, whether you like it or not. And that's the thing. That's for me why I go back and forth with Oliver Stone and his films, is like, on one hand, the guy has made phenomenal. He's made great movies, in very well shot movies, well acted movies, well, whatever. But, there's just he puts his little stank on everything, and it's whether or not you personally are attracted to that his stink. But I will always say, like, I respect somebody like Oliver Stone who has been so, like, he's, especially in Hollywood, where he has his point of view and he's going to make his movie. Like Paul Schrader. I don't know why. I almost said Phil Schneider. Paul Schrader is like, I don't know if I'd like to hang out with Paul Schrader as a person and knowing some things, but goddamn, like, yeah, it's like, he has a point of view, whether you like it or not, whether sometimes it's problematic. He definitely has a very strong point of view, and he's going to make the movies he makes. And he's talented enough at what he does that, good or bad, like his movies are worth watching. And the same thing I feel with Oliver Stone. I mean, I've seen some of what he's made in the last few years. I won't say that about some of his newer movies with Oliver Stone, but again, JFK and, Born on the 4th of July, like, good, whether you like them or not, they are definitely important movies. And, he
had a fantastic run, and, like, honestly, nobody should be expected to be a masterpiece every time they're out.
No, oh, absolutely not. So before you finish it, I have one final thought on this, and it's my favorite story about our good friend Casey, frequent collaborator on this podcast. At the Universal City Walk, Oliver Stone and Trent Reznor were actually down in the Universal Studio City Walk in Hollywood, California, I think signing copies of the DVD as it came out. Our friend Casey went.
Trent Reznor did the music.
Did the music with his first film. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still making music, and he's still
doing phenomenal. Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah. But this sums up Casey and how I see Casey. Casey went to the signing, went to use the bathroom, and Oliver Stone was there. And Casey stood behind Oliver Stone, waiting for him to finish urinating. And when he turned around, I was like, "Hey, can I get a?" I don't know if it was a picture and an autograph or just an autograph, but either way, he accosted Oliver Stone at the urinal and I loved, and that's so Casey, and like, he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, however old Casey, 17, 18 years old at the time. I think it was.
I don't see modern Casey doing that, but
no, but at the same time, Casey. But that's what I love about Casey is like, he's like, he's I would be far too shy to do that, but Casey's like, hey man, that's Oliver Stone. I want to meet Oliver Stone, and he's gonna do, take a shot. So I think obviously though, that's something an 18-year-old Casey, I don't know if a more mature Casey would do that, but at the time I thought that was the funniest and the most Casey thing ever, because of all celebrities to do that too is Oliver Stone, which I just got a kick out of. Casey, we love you. Shout out to Casey. But yeah, so anytime Oliver Stone gets mentioned, it makes me think of this movie, not necessarily for the movie, but the fact that Casey went to go meet Trent Reznor and Oliver Stone and stalked him into the bathroom. He didn't. So he went to use the bathroom, and Oliver Stone. I mean, we should have Casey on to clarify this story. I might be getting details wrong, but at the time, I wasn't there to witness it. But at the time I heard that story, I laughed about it for like a week. But anyways,
that's pretty good. Well, James, I think we should probably put a bow on this.
Yes,
we've already talked until next Valentine's Day. There was a movie that I was going to mention at the front of the episode. I said, oh, if there's time, I'm just going to name drop it. I have this sort of what I determine they're kind of like masterclass films. It's not meaning that it's a better movie. They're movies that I recommend to people who are able to maybe look past some problematic elements from time to time. Like most John Wayne movies I would call masterclass movies at this point. Like if you're really wanting to like get into cinema and explore some things, you should watch The Searchers, because it has some interesting things to say. But for the most part, The Searchers is completely unwatchable to most people.
Yeah.
So masterclass is kind of meant to just imply what it sounds like. This isn't something that you see in Film 101. This movie isn't for freshmen. This is for someone that understands a little bit beyond like the initial feeling. But it was a movie called Pretty Poison, and it's a pretty simple, silly little movie. It was made right after Bonnie and Clyde, so I wonder if there was some of that involved in this. But it's Anthony Perkins and Tuesday Weld. And the reason I went for it the other night was because of Thief, because I was in the mood to watch another Tuesday Weld thing, and here was another thing when she was young. And it's much like Badlands. It's like a person in their early 20s going after a 17-year-old. But this time, like, this is why it's a masterclass movie. He is deliberately trying to manipulate her for a fling. Ends up falling in love with her. But he himself, he's I don't know if he's a pathological liar or what, but he's coming out of a mental hospital. He creates fantasies, but you don't know if he believes the fantasies or if he's just trying to manipulate people like a con man. But he sets his sight on Tuesday Weld when he's out and ends up kind of pulling a True Lies on her, like Bill Paxton, like making her think that he's a secret agent and that they're going to pull some sort of like a special operation at like the local chemical plant. And so she falls for it, hook, line, and sinker, and he's got it all set up. And you see him finagling all of this, and you hate him for it. It's a weird sort of movie because it's got that sort of 60s music and that 60s look. So you wonder, are they trying to paint this as romantic? I genuinely don't think they are. That's why it's a masterclass movie. You got to look past the fact that it's the 60s and has 60s music. They're not trying to tell you a love story in the love story sense in this. He is literally trying to manipulate her.
He's a predator.
He gets in trouble with her mother. Her mother works for an attorney. Like, she straight up tells him, I am going to destroy your life if you continue trying to come after my daughter. So they're not trying to gloss over the age difference. They're explicitly pointing out that there's an age difference. But here's the thing. When it comes down to like doing the actual mission, Tuesday Weld's fully on board and she's a fucking killer. And so now he's stuck with her because she's killing people for his mission that's completely made up. So the rest
that's really interesting.
Him like stuck with like does he tell her what the hell? And he's of course he's developed feelings for her. He may have had them from the get-go, but you can tell it started as an attraction as opposed to like a love at first sight, which I would give to like Badlands or Bonnie and Clyde. But yeah, now he's stuck with her. And it starts to become a matter of like, is he going to fall on the sword for her? To what level is he going to fall on the sword for her? I won't give anything away, but it does leave you questioning who is the more troubled person. Was she just waiting for an excuse to pop off like this? So yeah, Pretty Poison. It's an interesting little movie. If you can get past the hankiness of the first half hour with the love music set to a clearly predatory act, and start to like just kind of understand that you're watching the story of this person's consequences unfold. It's pretty.
That's such a genius I mean, dude, that's very interesting. I'd love to. I mean, I love Tuesday Weld. She's a delight. I'll say that.
Yes, favorite of mine. It's always Anthony Perkins.
And yeah, exactly. I'm down for anything with Perkins in it. So I remember this. I mean, I can think of like, and that's probably a movie poster that was probably created in the 90s, but like, it wasn't a movie I ever thought it was worth watching, but that's awesome. I will definitely check that out. Where did you see it?
I rented it on Google TV, but you can rent it other places. It was put out on Blu-ray at one point, but it was put out by Twilight Time, which is out of business. So you can find it for relatively cheap compared to other Twilight titles, because the movie, like, grab it if you can. I'm going to try to, now that I've seen it and I know that it's one of those movies that's potentially a little toxic if people don't understand what they're watching. It's not going to have a huge fan base. It may not get another release.
Yeah.
So if you have,
that's what as you're literally saying that, I'm like, 100% can agree. Can see the point of that. Absolutely.
Yeah. But believe me, for as hanky as you feel in the beginning, you're gonna see consequences happen. It's not going to turn into Badlands where it's a skewed love story. Like it elements of that because it is the 60s.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really is more about I don't know. Everybody should see it for themselves. Pretty Poison, interesting movie, masterclass movie. If you're squeamish about that sort of thing, this is not going to be your thing. It's not going to change your mind on it. But yeah, good movie about consequences.
Awesome. Well, this is a great episode. Hopefully it's not too long for the listeners. Hopefully it's man, I don't know, with podcast. I listen to podcasts. I stop and restart podcasts all the time. So I don't really,
we'll be somebody's weekly listen. I'm happy with that. I do that when just
exactly when you get in the car
or something. Yeah,
exactly. But honestly, this is a great idea. some movies in here that I honestly, since we started this podcast, I've been dying to talk about. So it was a great opportunity.
Same once here. Again, I think that's part of why I wanted to push it, was because I'm like, God, so many of these movies, I don't know what other context we're going to have, but I have to talk about this.
And again, it's a very interesting. I think when you say killer couples movie to people, I don't think I can imagine not a lot of people have thought about how rich of a kind of sub genre this is in American film, or just in film. And again, some phenomenal. Honestly, some of the best movies literally ever made kind of fall into this realm. So great choice. Loved all your choices. I'm gonna try to watch Pretty Poison, but as soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna rewatch The Honeymoon Killers, because you completely remind me of a movie that I can't believe I don't already own. So.
And don't forget about Gun Crazy and its weird bog ending or marsh ending.
Oh yeah, that's right. Exactly, the bog. I'll watch it just for the bog. I do love a good bog.
And its car chases. So, but yeah, I think you picked some really great movies. I really wanted to do this because I knew that you were going to pick the movies that I wanted to talk about that I wasn't going to be able to pick for mine. Like I knew that our choices were going to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Basically, as their own killer couple. We're a killer couple, James.
I agree with that. We're very much Butch and Sundance. I'll let you choose who's who.
I'll let our audience to choose who's who.
There you go.
Yeah, which one are we, Paul Newman or Robert Redford? I'm fine with being either one of those people.
I say it's like I don't think either is an insult, so I'll take it.
But good episode, James. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I'm looking forward to the next one. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We will try to do one sooner than later. We'll get on top of it. We'll start doing.
Well, to our listeners, if there's a space in between these episodes, it is not because we don't want to record it. It's because we are busy putting other artistic endeavors out into the world. We're trying to contribute what little opportunities we have to the arts in this world. That's my excuse. So, if we could be doing this full time, we would, but we do it when we can. That fell apart. I don't know what point I was trying to make.
I second to all of it. It's actually exactly the truth. So, we'll see you all soon. Keep liking and subscribing us. Keep us alive. And definitely, if you haven't seen some of these movies, or if you haven't seen some of them in a long time, every single one of these movies on this list is worthy of rewatching.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I will talk to you soon, James.
Good night. Good night, listeners. Good night, Devin.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Happy Valentine's Day. Exactly.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year 2017.
All right. Bye.
Bye.